Hello? I have no idea what the timing is. Herman wants out of the room. Give me 1 sec. There we go. Herman's out. It's time to party. We're doing VLR. Hello. We're doing a thing. Why do people? We just got done playing some Elden Ring. The game that no one asked for. And now we're going to play VLR, the game that everyone asked for. This is likely to be the ending, though we still do have to get through all the gold files, I've been reminded. So let's go ahead and boot this puppy up. We found out Kay has a face. Yep. I never want to know what happens after why do people. Why do people? Alright. We've done all the endings except for, I guess, fees. So we're going to do that. The right path, I think it is. So this is Betray Luna after we realize that there's no reason there's no reason to do so. So we're going to do it because we want all the endings.
Yeah, go ahead. Wait. Sigma.
What? Yeah? Yeah, I know. So we picked Ally last time because I logicked out the correct choice, and I was right. So I've got a really messed up looking Coke. Like, it definitely bent at some point. Luna, where's Luna? But... so like the lip is kind of bent. It's really weird. She's gone. Where'd she go?
That's odd. We came out the moment the gates opened. There's no way she could have left already.
Then... yeah, we had like 3 endings in one day. When we do like a 6-hour stream, that happens. There it was. No, she didn't take it?
Doesn't make sense.
Maybe she's not a massive bitch like you thought.
Why did she show up just when we're about to vote?
Just to see if we were done.
There was no reason for her to come here if she was just going to default.
Results from round 3 of the Amberdex game will now be displayed. Please direct your attention to the results screen.
Right. The results.
Yeah. Let's go have a look.
Plap. Everyone is dead. Everyone is dead. Oh no, we were an asshole to Luna for no reason.
Points have been assigned. Please check.
I think that's the highest we've seen anyone get.
Since Luna didn't vote, she got set to ally automatically, and the other 6 got penalized.
Blah, blah, blah. You have to vote or you die.
5 of them are dead already, and Quark's bracelet is off.
That means those penalties are meaningless.
Yeah.
We still don't know why Luna showed up, though. There's no reason to just come here and
I can
abstain.
only guess at her reasons, but I'm sure it was part of some plan.
A plan for what?
So what do we do now? Whatever Luna's scheming, we still managed to get 9 BP. Do you want to leave?
No, we can't. We still have to find Quark. Still don't know if Quark is safe. No, I'm leaving before we find him.
I agree. I hoped you'd say that.
So are you gonna stay?
Let's get moving.
I mean, they're already dead. Who cares if they get dead again? She spun around and headed towards the cyan door. So all that blood is from the mystery lady who was behind all of this. I followed on her heels. Y'all remember Heelys? Did they ever make Heelys, but like high heel Heelys? Heelys fucked up my feet. I was seeing a kid in a grocery store when I was like too old for Heelys, rolling around on Heelys. And I was like, damn, he's kind of cool for like an 8-year-old. How would high Heelys work? I don't know, but I like the idea, right? My school banned gambling and Heelys in the same week. Gambling was happening somewhere in my school, but I was not, like, in on it. Like... Shit. He's not here either.
The last room. Well, the last room we can get into.
We haven't seen Luna either.
Yeah.
Where the hell did she go? When we were standing there, trying to decide what to do next when we heard a familiar voice echo throughout the facility.
The number it will remain.
What the fuck? What?
No.
What's not possible? But she only bit her lip and said nothing. Then all too soon it was over.
The number 9. This ends. Thank you. As the game is escape, please.
Who the fuck left? What just happened? It's all over now, isn't it? We're stuck in here forever.
We should go back to the Floor A warehouse. I need to know if the door actually opened or not.
With that, she was off. Luna can't have left. She still has to play by the rules, and she only had 5 VP. It had to have been Quark? Because he was the only one that we know is alive still, right? Unless if she took someone else's bracelet that had a 9 on it. I turned to follow. We can't just look at the door and tell if it was opened or not.
True, but the projection should tell us.
What? Oh, Luna and Quark escaped.
So it would seem.
Why? How? Almost on cue, the screen flickered. Oh, Zero Jr. comes back for once. Holy shit. Oh, the aluminum foil thing.
Well, well, well! Long time no Zero! Remember your old pal Zero?
Right, now I remember I hate you.
I'm guessing somebody's hoping for an explanation about what the diddlyo just happened.
Yeah.
Because we're such great friends, I decided to make an exception and descend from on high to give you the 411. Aren't you happy?
So what's this explanation you've got?
Well, let's start with little Quark. He was given an anesthetic that put him to sleep. While he was out, Luna carried him through to the other side of the number 9 door.
But how did she open the door?
Quark's bracelet, you silly bunny. It was still in the infirmary. Remember? Luna just hopped over there and picked it up.
So I was right. Quark had 9 BP when the second round ended.
Yup.
Yeah. But he didn't get penalized after the third... But didn't he get penalized after the third round?
He did, but a penalty can't take away your points. Just your life. The needles popped out and so on, but the points stayed the same.
So Luna took Quark to the door.
Right. And since her bracelet was already off, she wouldn't have suffered the penalty.
No, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway.
Oh, right. She's a golem.
All right, I think my tape is through.
That only works if we know that you said it that way. Oh, well. I've got some more questions for you, buddy.
Not you.
Well, good thing you guys don't have questions for V. That guy's a jerk.
This isn't the alphabet.
You must be feeling pretty good if you're able to joke around like that. I mean, 6 people just died here. It's not really a big deal. That's just how you humans are, after all. So, as long as you make it, nothing else matters. Am I right?
No, you're wrong.
Screw with us.
It's cool. I know you gotta act tough. I mean, you chose betray. That means you don't trust Luna. Figures. She's a golem. She might even be a murderer. That's why you were planning to leave her here and bone out, wasn't it?
I'm sorry? bone out? Bone out. Leave or depart? When did this happen? He got scared and boned out. Yeah, I'm gonna bone out. This job sucks. I'm gonna bone out. Dude, I'm gonna bone out. Okay, I guess it is a thing. That... I assumed it meant fuck. In some way. Or like jerk off, sure. Yeah, I'm gonna bone out. Like, I could see bone out meaning leaving to go jerk off. You know? Like, man, this strip club's great, but I'm gonna bone out.
You see? It's all about you.
Haven't you thought about how sad you've made Luna?
What?
Well, looks like my time here's just about all used up.
Wait, I still have questions for you.
I don't like waiting. I waited once. Some half-witted reptile got the better of me because of it. After that, I learned to make sure to value my time.
Tortoise and the hare.
Alrighty then. Have a nice trader.
The PG-13 version of fuck off. They say fuck all the time in this. For a long few moments, Fee and I just stared at the spot on the wall where Zero had disappeared. Where Quark had been? Who had given the anesthetic and why? We had no idea who'd killed everyone. And Zero Senior's identity, as well as the purpose of the nonary games, remained a mystery. As for our futures, what are we supposed to do now? Well, I meant to say those words out loud, but there they were.
Tortoise won because he kept going even when it looked hopeless. I think we should do the same. We've got plenty of time after all. We'll give the dead the closest thing to a funeral we can manage.
Like, what does that look like?
And when that's done, we'll start looking. Even if I never leave this place, I'll figure out why we were here.
I looked at the fire in her eyes and nodded. If nothing else, at least we had a purpose. They got fire and they got, you know, water. Or if they got food and water, they got beds. They got the basic necessities of life. This is like basically a fallout shelter. So that wasn't Fee's end. Interesting. That was just a random end. Weird. Okay. I'm sorry, which bomb is this? That's the only one I have written down. The other ones I have in screenshots, so I'll need to get them in a minute. Yeah! Suck on that, Dio, you arrogant son of a bitch! Ha 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 ha! Ah, that feels good! I haven't felt this satisfied in ages! Feels like my whole brain is just swimming with endorphins. Feel like it's just gonna melt and dribble out of my ears. This is without a doubt what heaven feels like. Honestly, I feel like I could fly right now. Hell, I wish there was another bomb so I could just feel this again. Isn't this great? Fee? Hey, what's going on? Really harsh in the vibe here. Would it really kill you to smile? We just saved everybody. Oh, also, not that I need it or anything, but it sure would be nice to get a thank you or something. I'm also going to click out of the window real quick and go ahead and pull up my screenshots for this game because that's going to be important. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. That one tasted like ranch dressing, and I'm not sure why, because I haven't had any in a long time. So that was interesting. Also, maybe when should I read the gold files? Because it looks like I have all of them now. When you finish the game? Okay. That was like an 8 out of 10. 8.5? You know, 8.5 sounds fine, yeah. Wasn't a 9, but it was like closer to a 9 than an 8. Gold files spoil the ending. Okay. Got it. Oh, thank you, Sigma. You're the greatest. You're so awesome. Your dick is huge. I'll dress up in a swimsuit for you just like I promised. I mean, just a swimsuit thing would be fine, really, but, are you even listening to me?
You said you wish there was another bomb, right?
Well, I mean, I don't really.
You're happy. You're going to get your wish.
What?
I remembered something, too. Just a glimpse. We must have confronted Dio about the bombs. I'm not sure how, but we got him to tell us about them.
Also, it's kind of weird that the bomb passwords don't change because of, fucking Schrodinger's cat or anything.
Exactly. I've planted 4 bombs. They're the ones numbered 1, 2, and 3.
Their voice act. I know they can't change, but I'm just talking about, like, Schrodinger's cat. Like, plot-wise, they should change. Because things that we did.
Bomb number 0.
The bombs were already set like that before we got in. I mean, I guess. Felt a cold shiver run down my spine. Suddenly, I remember it too. I heard Dio say those very words on the floor B warehouse. Also, doesn't Schrodinger's cat assume that no one else is watching? Like, we don't know I mean, obviously, it's just it's more or less a meme. It's not really like you're supposed to treat it as like, but like, it's poisoned or not based on whether or not the cork flipped, right? Or the thing flipped. Like, what if there's a being that lives outside of our 3-dimensional observation of space and can see the cork? Like, because it's, you know, seeing it, it's observing it, it'll always have the same state. We kind of go off the assumption that no one's observing it. Not even the universe is observing it. A hypothetical... I know I should suspend my disbelief. I feel like I'm getting, like, up in the minutia of this. Was essentially just, like, an example and not, like, a real thing. But... the cat is observing itself. Yeah, that's true. It's aware of whether or not it's dead up until it is dead. And then it stops observing itself because it's dead. That's something in the box observing it, so...
How much time do we have?
I guess the cat doesn't have... understanding? Shit! We only have 4 minutes!
Well, hurry up. We need to get to the zero bomb.
The jar of poison observing the alpha particles. The poison can't go off unless if it does. It has to have the observation on whether or not it flips or not. Right? I yanked at the input device out of the bomb and turned to chase after. Bah, fucked up every word in that sentence. I apologize. What are you just standing there for? Go, show me where the bomb is.
Are you telling me you don't know where it is? You have got to be kidding me.
How the hell would I know where the bomb is? Oh shit, you don't know? She bit her lip and nodded. Damn it! What the hell are we supposed to do now? We can't deactivate the bomb if we don't know where the damn thing is.
Calm down. You need to think, Sigma. There has to be a clue somewhere. Pretend you're Dio. You need to hide the bomb. Where would you hide something important?
In your pants. You should take them off. Hide something important. Hide. If I was Dio, where would I hide? Ah. Well, we just started, Lamar, so don't worry about it. I streamed Elden Ring for an hour or 2.5 hours.
Wait, where are you going?
Don't follow me. Go find the others.
Do you really think I'd do that?
I could hear her following me, but there was no time to argue. Instead, I focused on my own goal. There was still time. In reality, it's just an updated version of if a tree falls in the woods and no one's around to hear it, doesn't make a sound. I mean, I guess you're right. And the answer is yes. Yes, it does. We know this.
Here?
Yeah. Should be between the A-B rooms. Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb, says the achievement. Is that a Batman reference? How much time do we have left? Shit! I'm hurrying as fast as I can. This is the SGDQ bomb? Oh, okay, yeah, it is. Okay, I had that one up. Input device was plugged in and I was ready to go. Now I just had to enter the password. But what was the password? I couldn't shake the feeling I'd already used up my third time charm. This time, I had to try. I shook my head and concentrated. This is actually the first bomb we knew the puzzle or the answer to. LXAQNSGDQ. It stopped. V and I crumpled onto the ground and adrenaline had sustained us suddenly gone.
How did you know it was here? Did you see it in another history?
It's hard to explain. The short version is Dio hit something here in another timeline. I guess he put a bomb here too.
Pretty good guess.
Yeah.
Well, so... thanks.
Oh, I don't need any thanks. Just,
What?
about that swimsuit you promised.
What on earth are you talking about?
Sigma moment.
Chromatic doors have opened. 5 minutes remain until chromatic doors close.
This is bad. The white doors have opened. We need to hurry. Everyone else is waiting for us in the Floor B warehouse.
What about the
What
swimsuit?
the hell are you going on about? Just go.
Before I could protest, she turned and ran towards the magenta door. I sighed and headed off after her. So anyway, now that I've deactivated 2 bombs, kind of got a rager going, so maybe we bone out of here. Ran into the warehouse to find everyone else was already there. They had done as Fee had asked and pretty much brought the 3 unconscious members of our party back to the door. Fee and I shared a quick glance and then headed over towards them. Aren't there 2 more bombs?
Oh, thank goodness. I'm so glad you're safe.
So, did you disable the bombs?
Yeah. Could have done it in my sheep.
Don't you mean in your sleep?
Nah, I'm Welsh. Is that tacky? Probably.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good job, you guys.
No need to thank me. Although, I mean, if you insist, I guess I wouldn't mind a little swimsuit time.
Huh?
God, dude, get your head out of the gutter.
You're disgusting.
Everyone should wear bikinis now.
1 minute remains until chromatic door.
We need to hurry.
Everybody know who's in their group?
Yeah, I'm set.
Then let's move.
After Tin Miyoji's command, we broke off into our teams. Carried Quark on his back and dragged Dio along the floor through the white door on the left. Clover and Luna carried Alice to the door on the right. And Tin Miyoji, Fee, and I ran through the center door.
10 seconds remain until...
Kay, you need to get into a bikini right now.
Load.
Kay literally carrying his team.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Didn't we only disable like 2 bombs?
1, 0. Chromatic doors.
I want to see my own clone or the bikini. We did all 4? Okay, I can close this then. You did the other 2 before. Okay, I just didn't remember. So this will be the last puzzle room, right? Is Dio dead in this timeline? I don't know. I don't remember what's going on. What the fuck? What the hell? There's nothing here.
Doors. The one we came in. And that one, which I'm assuming is the exit.
Yep, figures won't budge.
The plaque on the door just said Q.
Q? What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Really? Now someone's just being a smartass.
Huh?
Nothing. Maybe the Q is for question.
Well, I guess this is a very questionable
There's
room.
a deck of cards here. Maybe the Q would be for Queen.
That'd be a quality guess right there.
Right. Well, we need to get out of here. Let's find a way to get the door open.
We also need to find the star keys. I've got enough BP to open the door, but you guys need to play the AB game some more.
Japanese speakers get it? Okay. If I was Japanese, Q is like 9 and 999. Okay.
Yeah.
What's the joke? I don't get it.
If we can get those
Q
star keys,
equals 9.
we should be
Oh,
able to
right.
play the AB game as many times
Ich,
as we
ni,
need to.
san, shi, go, roku, sich, hach, Q. 9. You're right.
So,
It's just a matter of time until we get the points we
Pardon
need.
my pronunciation if it was bad, too. The fact that that's 9 and also looks like, and 9 also kind of looks like a Q is a pretty big deal. Okay, that makes sense. Well, let's get
Good.
started then.
Okay.
Okay, what are we supposed to do here? The room's empty. Wait, do you hear something? Huh. How much you want to bet it has something to do with that? Guess we should, go have a look. Cube! I think this cube's just floating here. How the hell is it doing it? Who knows? Can't tell just by looking at it. Why don't you touch it and see if anything happens? Oh. Okay, I can't click immediately afterwards, so... Kind of a dick move to put the important ones at the bottom, game. Doesn't look like the numbers change. That's a 0. I got that wrong. You need to be careful of that. I can click memo and it'll actually freeze it. That's good to know. Let's get all the information and then figure out what the puzzle is. Just making sure I got that right. I don't trust myself. You don't need to write all the zeros? You're probably right. I guess we can just sort of assume it's a 0 if we don't write it. Okay, does that mean all the ones that we haven't written are 0? Yeah, that appears to be the case. Okay, so we got... Okay, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So that adds up to 9. If I don't let go of left click, it just keeps it. Huh. I don't understand what's going on here. Have another look at it. The cube, look at it again. There's winning and losing panels on the wall. Each cube can help you find the winning panels. When you find the winning panels, and only the winning panels are highlighted in cyan, the system will activate. Oh! I'm just gonna read this in my head. I'm sorry, how the fuck do I input my answer? Do I do it on the walls? Okay. Whoa, what the hell? So that's how that one works. Looks like there's more of them. We should keep looking. Wrong wall? Oh, God! Oh, so depending on which way you're... So... Because I was viewing it from this angle, so I just got lucky on guessing those spots. Okay. So I can't click that one, so it's not that... Okay, well, we accidentally got the right answer on this wall, so I'm gonna check the cube on that side. Because I need to see, like, what does a correct answer look like? What the fuck? So there's more over on this side? Maybe you're doing it in the wrong order. It might be a device you need to activate first before this one will stay out. Okay, so... Are those missiles? No, they're darts. Look over here. I think it's a green memory card. We can't get it, though. There's glass covering it. I think we'll get some darts out, though. Okay, I'll grab a couple. A bunch of Sidewinders, huh? You know, the only ones, they mount on the underside of fighter planes. These aren't missiles. They're darts. I still don't think I understand the mechanics of how this works. So... because 2 is here... so there's not going to be any up here, right? So there's... so it'd be like here, right? Okay, we'll worry about that in a minute. So is this representing the wall I'm looking at, or the wall I'm on the reverse side? Like, is this the wall that I've already solved? The wall you're facing. Okay. Okay. And I'm gonna guess this is pretty much all zeros, but there is another one over here. Yeah, okay, so that's it. So, if we take a look at this, the 4s are all kind of like right here, so... I'll be real, I'm kind of not getting this. But I'm solving it, so I guess it doesn't matter. I don't understand the Minesweeper comparison. So if it... oh, okay. Sure. Alright. So it's touching 4 blocks? I was just trying to reset, but that's fine too. So like the 4 represents that there's 4 in the immediate area. Which means that over here, there should be... touching 4 blocks, counting itself. Okay, cool. Those are the rules. Got it. Okay, so let's look at the chart again. So this one is counting 4 blocks, counting itself. And then... how is this one touching 4 blocks? But it can also not be itself. Do diagonals count? So a T piece would be 4 pieces, or... so it's not diagonals. So that means that... so this is 4. So this touches 1, 2... so then there's some along the bottom here? You touch 4. You touch 2. Okay, right, because it would be a straight line like that. Got it. Okay, I get the puzzle now. So the 4s are pretty much almost assuredly going to be involved in it. But the 4 is here. So that's going to be involved. It doesn't have to be, but probably. And then the 3s, they're touching... so this one's touching that. So it's not going to be that. Because this is touching 3. And it's not this. There's 2 here, so it's touching... these are touching ones, so maybe it's that instead? I have a feeling this is 2 or maybe... yeah, this is like 2 different pieces. So 3. Four in the middle can just be surrounded by other pieces and be empty itself. I think this one on the bottom has to be here. Because it could be touching this one, and this one. Okay. So let's start working backwards from there. So this one is right because it's 4, right? Right. And these are the only 4 spots that it can be. So this one's 1, this one's 1, this one's 1. So that means it's this one is touching 2. So then it's... okay, we'll come back to that. So I'm gonna put X's through the ones that it definitely is. It actually might not necessarily be here. Here we got a 1. There's a 3 there. Now 3 includes this one, and maybe that one. Or itself. So then this one is only 1, so it's not including that one. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then these are all only touching 1, so that's happy right now. And then... no, wait. That has to be filled in order for that one to be right. And then we know that there's 2 here. No, it's not interacting with that. It's interacting with that. So either this one is 1. Well, if we have a 2 here, It's not this, but is that? Okay, I fucked up somewhere. I think part of it is that my diagram sucks. This one is touching 2 in that it's touching this one and this one. These are all 1. Okay, so that's right. Well, it has to be this one. This one's 2, so it touches that one, and this one's 3, so it touches that one, that one, that one, that one. This one's 2, so it touches that one, and that one, or that one and that one. Okay, this could be exactly right. So let's go ahead and just like... Okay. Does that mean we have any other ones to do? Okay. This is going to be a little bit confusing, but I'm going to move all the rows up 1. And the reason for that is that I can't mark down here very easily. So this row here is this row here. So 3, 2, 2, 1. This is 2, and this is 1, and this is 0, 0. And this is going to be 0 all the way up. Yep. So that's the bottom one. There's this one, and this one, and this one. Okay. All right, so there's a wall here. Or door here. How is this one touching 3 if it's right there? Does the door count? As an object? The door does not count. So if there's 3, it's gotta be these 3. Okay. Sure. I thought I already inputted that, but I guess I did it in a different order. Alright. Now... I believe I pulled every module out of the wall now. Okay. So dice. Look, there's four purple books. Let's go through each one of them. What the? There's nothing written. Huh? I mean, all the pages are blank. Are all the books the same? Something wrong? All the pages are blank. It's just... There are pictures in between the pages in the back here. 3 of them, it looks like. Gotcha. Okay. We need memory cards. So if we do this puzzle, we get the blue one. We do another puzzle to get the green one. God, you could not have made this a more annoying way of, like, putting this puzzle together, could you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. By 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's an 8x8 grid. And I assume I need certain dice in certain positions along its length. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need one more. Okay, it's been divided up. So now we need 8 this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I need one more this way too. This grid sucks. Each visible face matters too. Well, fuck. That'll be an issue that I'll deal with when I do. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 1 up is 1. With 3 on this side. So that's how we'll notate that. Is 1 circled is the main one. And then 5 is 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4 by 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, okay. So then it's 5 with a 1 on the side and circled. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 6 is going to be here, circled, because that's the top face, and then 4 is here. And then 1 over and 2 up, 3 up. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 is 2, circled 1. I have dice, I don't have a grid though. I mean, I guess I got my cutting map, but that's not gonna... So they're all gonna be fairly close to each other. So this one is here, Which I suppose is also part of the puzzle, is that you need to get to the exact facing, but also they're going to be in weird spots. Okay, this all could have been one image, you know that? Alright. So let's just brute force get everything where it needs to be. Alright, so the 1 needs to have the 3 on the side. Okay. This is gonna take me a minute of figuring, and it's gonna be kind of boring, so, just use arrow keys? Can I do that? Oh, I can. Oh, thank God. Okay, so the trick is to get the 3 on the side I need it to be. The 1 doesn't need to be correct yet. So, for example, here we want the 3 to be there. Yeah, if you're on the VOD, you might wanna skip ahead. Just sort of put this on like 2 or 3 times speed, and then if you're watching live, maybe go get a drink. This is gonna take a sec. Okay, that's interesting that that pattern does that. Okay. Fuck! Off by 1. Shit! Okay. So the 3 is currently on that side. Okay, so when it plonked over to here, we want 4 to be up. Yeah. So then, no, we want 6 to be up and then go up? Or down? No. No, I know what I need the puzzle to be, but I'm just trying to figure out how to make that movement. You know what I mean? We'll be here for a minute. Okay, so that's the correct face there. If I do this, does it ever... So 3 is there. So in order for that to work... So that just means that the 3 is on the wrong side. Alright, if we can get it so that way 3 appears, then we can figure out... Okay, let's get 3, 1. Okay. So right before it should be 4 on the top and 1 on the side. And then it flips over. So 4 on the top, 1 on the side. Yep, welcome to this puzzle. We're gonna be here for a minute. Okay, so then it's gonna be the wrong side here. So we need to have 4 end up on the top here. Which means working backwards, it needs to be... Where's my dice? Because I need to figure out this move like 3 in advance. Here's my dice. Okay. So 1 on the top, 3 on the side. Goes 4, then 6 and 4. So if I go 2 to the side, then it goes 3. Okay. So if 6 on the top, if 6 is on the top, then and 4 is on the side, then we need to be 3 away. So when we hit here, that's where we're trying to get, right? Let me make sure I'm doing this right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Got it. Okay. So when we get here, we want to have, so that means we're 3 off. Yeah. Okay, so when I rotate it that away, it does a different thing than doing this. Shit. The 1-3 needs to be here. And the scary part is, I may need to resolve this one. Just because I needed to do a different one first. Why doesn't Sigma just pick up the dice? Sigma's pretty small brain, my dude. Like me, he would prefer to do this the hardest fucking way possible. Because he's a goddamn idiot. God damn it! This ain't Elden Ring. Does it still say Elden Ring? It doesn't. You're right, it isn't. I mean, yeah, it's Elden Ring. They just went wild with the puzzle design here at the end. You thought it was gonna be like lever puzzles or something, or maybe like you had to go like meet Godford or Gwynford or Godfred, but instead hate this. Okay, so if I do do you want to play-by-play on how to solve this? No, give me a minute to figure it out. Just because I don't solve it instantly doesn't mean that we need to cheat. We can even come back to this puzzle if we have to. I've just got the wrong thinking process on how to do this, and that's the issue, is I'm wrong. Alright, let's try a different dice. 5-1. I might kill someone. If the one ever becomes the top again, it will still be wrong. All sides have to match. I know. That's why I'm putting the 3 on the side, because that means all the other sides have to be in the same place. There can only be certain positions that a 1 would be on top. In fact, there's only certain positions where a 1 is on the top and the 3 is on the side. That's a very specific position. So if I put the 3 on the right side, then we're good. That's why I'm just focusing on the 1 and the 3, because... You know what? Let's come back to this puzzle. I think I might kill someone if I keep trying to do that puzzle. So we'll come back to that. What's this one? I think I've seen something like this before. You mean the exercise machines where you twist your hips around? No, I don't think so. I think this looks like this doesn't look like a fitness machine. Kind of ruins it when you take it so seriously. This is damn it. Can't remember. Yep. No spoilers, but the guide says if the dice get in the way during the following instructions, just roll them out of the way and then roll them back to where they were afterwards. Okay, I mean, that's good. All right, so there's nothing to throw the darts at. We have whatever the fuck this is. Huh, I feel like I've done this puzzle somewhere before. Oh well, doesn't really matter, I guess. Right, it's this thing. And am I trying to get green or red here? Yeah. Right, I can also do the green ones. Well, that's the current position it's in. I didn't get the dice puzzle. I just gave up on it for a minute. Oh, my brain's fried after the okay, so how many times do I have until I have to get it? 3, 4, 5, 5. Okay, 5 moves to get them all correct. I'm gonna check and see if that diagram to the right shows us any information. It doesn't. Cool. So I don't know if I need greens. Okay. I would say you probably just want all reds, but that's just a guess. Sure. Oh, fuck. I was so close. Okay, it was this, then this. Then this? No. This, then this. Nope. This, then this. Then this, then this. Fuck, okay. This, then this, then this, then this. This puzzle's easy in comparison. Okay, that's wrong. Because anytime you have that situation, you're wrong. This is going to be the most frustrating VOD of this one. Okay. Yeah, I'm a little brain-addled from the dice puzzle. I remember asymmetrical patterns being important. Okay, almost. Okay, that's never gonna be right. So... So it wants red then. That's good. Cool. Shit the bed. If the starting point is symmetrical and the ending state is symmetrical, then it would be hard for it to not be symmetrical. I suppose that's right. What I'm tempted to do... The only problem with that is putting in a symmetrical response sometimes... So what needs to happen is that this all needs to be green. For me to slowly carve out. Yeah, why did the game decide to be cock and ball torture at the end? Like, what was the grand scheme there? Like, just fuck you? Okay, so it's something like this to this to this, this. Okay, I'm close with that. That gets the corners, though, so that's not right. That gets everything green. Yeah, we accidentally got all green. It's all red, unfortunately. I didn't mean to do it. I just did it, and then I kind of screamed silently in my head. When I pressed all of the red ones, they all turned green. I imagine if I do the same sort of thing with all the green ones, we're gonna get a similar effect. The problem is that it's the wrong green ones. Okay, so this needs to be caught up in the action there. I'm close. This is the problem. So I don't want to press this or this. Fucker. It shouldn't be symmetrical, because if it's symmetrical, it's not going to work. You would think. It's got to be asymmetrical, I think, because it's going to flip. If we had twice as many moves, it could be symmetrical, but it can't be symmetrical as is. Why can't it be symmetrical with 5 moves? Because it's not even. And if I do this, for example, like it, I guess that implies one move is the final move that sets everything up. So I want everything that is currently... There's the middle part, so it could be symmetric even with the... Okay. That feels so close, but it's so wrong. In order to get these two to go away, what needs to happen? No. I think I want the stars in the middle to be lit up. I think I've tried every variation with this one here, so I don't think that that's right. Okay, that'll get rid of the big ones. So if I press this, all the triangles interact. If I press a triangle, all the... Okay. That's important information. If I press a triangle, then the octagons change. If I press an octagon, the triangles change. And in order to get the triangles to change, I need to press an or a hexagon. Sorry, fuck it. I don't know shapes. Barely can solve puzzles, dude. So if I want the hexagon to change, either the hexagon itself has to change, or a triangle next to it has to change. Looking at the guide for this online will make you feel dumb. It's like 3 moves. You probably don't need all 5. Alright, so I've got triangles and octagons with very few moves left, which means I'm probably fucked. Can we just count that game? Alright. What was the pattern for that? Boop, boop. So, I feel like it should be the opposite of that, right? Yes! There it is. Did I solve it? Yeah, it must be the answer. Look. Glass doors open. They're open. Well done. That was good work. Thanks. You guys didn't do shit. You just watched me suffer and fuck around with a light panel. It's a binder. Let's have a look. There's only a single piece of paper in here. It says Q Chamber Special AB game. Great. I have a feeling that's going to be bad. Three people will have to choose, definitely choose ally. 3 people will definitely choose betray. 1 is a mysterious mirror man. You will always do whatever his opponents does. First answer, strive for 9 with 6. Okay, we're gonna worry about that in a minute. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I think I probably need to get all of the things to even comprehend what the fuck that means. So, dice, or whatever this is. Darts aren't gonna break it. If there are darts, there must be a dartboard around here somewhere. Okay, that means I haven't found all the... I need one more thing to throw darts at. Alright, if I were a dartboard, where would I be? I refuse to go to the dice realm. Yep, alright, cool, good. That's a dartboard. I remember seeing this before. Who hasn't seen a dartboard? I mean, that's not what I mean. I mean, I think I've seen it somewhere in this building before. It's just this board is different than a normal dartboard. Let's try it out. What do you mean try it out? Isn't it obvious? There's only 2 ways to use a dartboard. Either you use it to hold a pizza, or you throw darts at it. You got some darts, don't you? Then you should try throwing them. Score 100 with 3 darts. However, the first dart must land in the green area. The second... Oh, it says literally right there. To throw a dart in a particular area, drag and release the dart on the area where you would like it to release. That's weird. Could have sworn I've seen these darts somewhere before. Whatever. Time for darts. Alright, so it needs to add up to 100. Are you a multiple of 9 here? Yeah. And then this one will be 3 times 9. Okay. Okay. No, it's time for math. It's fine. All right, so the way we did this before is that we took out a piece of paper and we wrote down the possible addition that we could do here, and there was only one possible answer that would add up to the number we want. So for green, green has the total options of 9, 16, 27, 8, 16 again. Okay, so it's probably not 16 because 16 is showing up twice on here. 11. And 14 times 3 is, I can't fucking do math that good. I would imagine you wouldn't give us two answers that could add up to the same thing. 39, okay. I did that 13 times 3. 14 times 3 is 42, okay. So those are our possible answers for green. Our possible answers for blue are going to be 7, 12. Did I include an option? Green cannot be 14. Green can be 42. Because if you throw it, it's multiplied by however many rings in it is. So times 1, times 2, times 3. So this green one is 14 times 3. The bottom right wedge. Oh, 14 as well. You're right. Okay, cool. Good. Missed that one. All right. 7, 12. Let's go around this way, because otherwise we're going to lose track. 8 times 3 is 24. If I remember my multiplication tables, which I don't, because I basically never learned them. And I never thought it would be relevant to my life. And honestly, for the most part, it hasn't been. 22, 8, and 8 times 3 again. So it's probably not that. 24 again. And then 2 times, that would be 28. Okay. And then 8 times 3 again? Do we have 8 times 3 3 times with blue? Yeah, we do. Okay. So I'm going to bet it's not that. And then last one is red. So the red answers could be 8. I'm starting over here. 8, 13 times 2 is 26. 33 for 11 times 3. 14 is an option. Eight times 2 is 16. 7 times 3 is 21. And that's it. Okay, cool. Those are all the combinations. All right, so red has very few options. So maybe we should start trying to figure it out from there. So 33 plus 27 would be... Yeah, let's just go for the biggest possible number. So the biggest possible green we can have is 14 times 3. Let's just try that method. So that's 42. And then the biggest possible blue is 28. Where is that? Here. At 70. Now, do we have 30 available to us? No. But we do have 33. Okay. So if one of those was 3 less. And we hit 28. 3 less than 28. 25. We don't have that. We have 24. So it's got to be the 42's got to be wrong. 13 times 3 is 20. Did I not do the math on that one? And then red 33. Where's 33? Cool. You see that? My dart skills are undeniable. I saw it quite clearly. It was very nice. Do you really think you had to stand a whole 2 meters and 37 centimeters away from the dartboard, though? I'm a fair man. My high school voted me most likely to be a judge, you know. Okay, okay. Great and all, but look, see the display case? It's open. Great. Now we all have the green memory card. Yes, we have the green memory card. And luckily... Besides, everyone in Heist movie wears a sweet suit. Well, good thing we only needed 2 of these. Good thing a blue one doesn't exist. Good thing a blue memory card doesn't exist. Good thing a blue memory card doesn't exist. Good thing a blue memory card doesn't exist. If I say it enough, will it go away? I'm manifesting my will on this world. And my will is for it to not include this fucking puzzle. Ah! No! I don't know how to solve this. I don't know what I'm doing and I'm looking dumb. Why? Why this? Who hurt you? Oh, 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 oh. No! I hit the wrong button! Oh! Okay, okay, okay. Okay, if we can get 3-6 in... Okay. Okay. 3, 6, 2. Okay. So in order to get it to where I want it, what needs to happen? I need to have 2 on the top where I'm at right now. With 6 on the side. It's like that, but wrong. Why not try the other red die? So is it as easy as that? That it'll just be like... Is the trick that I can never get it to where I want it? Memo. Okay. 4, 6. Okay. 5, 1. The green one is wrong. Oh, I did it backwards. I was happy for a second. And then that joy left us. Good thing this puzzle doesn't have limited moves. You are a child of Satan for even having the ability to think those words. Jesus Christ. I hate you for thinking those things. Let's try the other die. My wife must be home because I just heard her yelling at probably Herman to get down off of something. This puzzle with D20s. Fuck you too. Fuck you too. Evil. What is this game about? It's puzzle games. And I'm trying to get out of this room, and the only way I can get out of this room is to solve this puzzle. That involves dice. As far as the plot, don't fucking ask. Okay, so when I do that, what am I doing with my life? So whatever's on the side ends up on the top. So the 6 is on the side. If I go this way, it ends up on the top. Wait, whoa! Whoa! Return. So, if I want, for example, here, I want the... Okay, so now that puts the 1 on the side. Now, if I want the 5 on the top, we're gonna have to get it to... Okay. Cute, but wrong. Okay, so it needs to rotate. This one needs to be 2-1. Are you at the right angle? The blue dice is wrong. 1, 3, 1, 5, 1. I know the blue dice there is wrong. I'm gonna come back to it. I guess I shouldn't. The blue is even with the... So that's wrong. Okay, so 2 comes out to the top if I do that. Currently 4 is on. Okay, so I'm holding a real dice as well. All right, so now if I do this maneuver, 2 is on this side. So that just flips the dice 190 degrees. So ideally, that means that if I go... I believe that means that 5 will be on top if I go the opposite way. Yes. Okay. So you will get the one to the opposite direction. So let me see if my prediction is correct. So right now, 5, 6. So if I go down and left, I should have a 1. No. I have a 4 because it goes up. So if you go down, you get left. Can I look at the archive again? Sure. I think you're at the wrong angle. Don't think so. Okay. So now we got 5 there, 1 there, and 4 there. Okay, and if I need to do a loop to the right, I can just move. So I need to have 4, 5, and 1 visible. Because we'll be switching between 1, 2, and 4. I get 1, 2, 3 here. So I go 1, 2, 3. So if I go... And then, so if I want 4, 6, or 4, 5, 1, we need to have 4, 5, 1 facing. All right, now 4. One. So with 4, 1 on the top and 4 on the side, that means 5 is facing us. Wait. Okay. So it's 4 on the top and 1 on the side. So that means 2 is facing us. Okay. So it changes 2 of the die faces if I go a different direction. So if I want 2, and I do this, 2 is no longer involved in the combination. Is it? It is if I do it twice. So that gets 4 involved, and then if I want... Was it 4, 2, 1? So I want the 1 to be involved. So that's it, but I just need to be over twice. You solved it like 3 times. And it needs to be right up against that 5. Okay, I was trying to get it into the wrong spot. Up, left, left. We'll always keep the top face up. We'll spin the other sides. Okay, up. Left, left, up, right, down, down, right. Okay, wait. Okay, cool. I was like, all right, now we'll use the pattern you just gave me. All right, and then 2, 1. Yeah! Woo! Okay, I did it on accident. Ah! Fuck this puzzle. And I didn't even have to look up a guide. Isn't there a button to quick switch? I don't know. We'll just do it. Thank you for the 100 bits, Gear. Holy shit. Alright, A, B in pairs and consisting of 2 people. C and D and E are solos consisting of a single person. First move, the pairs... Okay, got it. First move pairs A and B into blank areas on the left under pair, then move C, D, E under the blank areas next to solo. You can move them by sliding the letter icons. A pair and a solo aligned vertically with the verses between them will face off in one another in the A-B games. You can still move the icons even if you place them. Once the opponent has been selected, the game will begin. Choose to vote for the us pair, either ally or betray. The results of your match will be displayed along with the results of the other teams. If the correct number of people reach the target BP after playing 3 rounds, the game will be completed. So let's just guess randomly. Okay, so everyone needs to have either 0 or 1, I would assume. We got an archive about this, and I ignored it because it was too many words. All right, 3 people will definitely choose ally. 3 people will definitely choose betray. 1 is a mysterious mirror man. He will always do whatever his opponent does. Strive for 9 with 6 cooperators. First answer is strive for 9 with 6 cooperators. We must be the only ones to surpass 9. Oh, that's really good news, sweetheart. And thank you for feeding the kitties. Congrats on the raise. Was it the temporary raise or the real raise? So you need to solve this one 2 different ways. So we just need to figure out who is what. So let's just do every combination with A and see what A does. All right, A chose betray. So A is definitely not the one that chooses the same regardless. All right. So A is not the mirror man. Both. Oh, whoa. Both? I'll take both. Hell yeah, sweetheart. Okay, so I guess we should do... Is there a way to check the results from the previous round? There's not. Okay. So A versus C, D, E. Almost worth the stress. Yeah. Okay, so betray, B, and then us can be whatever. All right, let's just shift everyone down one. So D allied last time. Let's see if A betrays again. So A should betray again. So A is one of our betrayers. D might be one of our allies. Let's try betraying them again, just to be a dick. Okay, so D is one of our ally guys. So A is a betrayer. B, C, D, E. All right, now let's see what B does. Yeah, I know I failed. That's fine. All right, so B versus... Okay, so we know that A is our betrayer, D is our ally. So B versus C. C is always an... Wait, who is our always ally? D. So let's see what happens there. Just go... Huh. You can't put A in a thing versus us. Do we figure out what B is? I forgot to write that down. We'll just do it again. I think B is also an ally. Let's test that theory with D, who I think is a dick. Oh, what? What? Okay, cool. Should this be? I knew it. Okay, and then, what was the other thing I needed to do? We must be the only ones to surpass 9. Okay. Alright, well, we still haven't quite figured out the answer here. Right, okay. C. So, C versus us, and we're gonna pick ally. C chooses ally. All right. C versus the betrayer equals... Okay, so C is our mirror man. And... what are the rules of this? 3 people always choose ally, 3 people always choose betray. Right, so there's pairs, so that means that there's 1 betrayer group, 1 ally group, and 1 ally, 1 betrayer. So that means that E is our other betrayer. Okay, so we're not gonna get it this time. Though could we? So... C is our... I think I can from here, actually. It's just gonna take me a minute. All right, so A and B, they can be wherever. It doesn't matter. Really, the only changes needs to be C, D, E. All right, so A needs a lot more points to get through. If we choose ally here and C chooses ally, they don't make it through. So D needs to make sure that they fail. Now, D is an ally. So we put D here, and E gets betrayed, so, right? E is always a betrayer, B is always an ally, so E will have 9 as well, so that can't be it. D is always an ally, B is always a ally. D is always an ally. So we can switch these two, so that way we have... Because we need them to all betray each other, I think is what needs to happen. Then I need to betray them. So D is going to ally, so we can betray. A and E will betray each other. And B and C will ally. B and C will ally. So if we betray here, we should be good. Because D will ally. Cool. Looks like that was the answer. That one wasn't that hard. Dice puzzle was the hardest. Okay. Dice puzzle, then weird wall thing, because honestly, I don't know how the fuck I did that. Dice puzzle, I actually, like, solved it. But the wall thing, I have, like, a vague understanding of how that worked. I was like, it's somewhere around here. And then I'd put in passwords. Alright, so what do we got? Good job, you opened it. Well done. Okay then, let's see what's in here. First off, passwords. Okay. Look at this. Excelivier's. A consummate collection. The Radical 6 cure. Oh, thank goodness. I don't know what to say. Cork is gonna be okay. Is he crying? You crying, little bitch man? That your adopted son's not gonna die? You're right. This key should do the trick. Alright, and then now let's get moving. But hold up. I need to fuck around with the safe again. And I've already forgotten the password. It's suns in the corners. Okay. It's open. Redacted. Achievement unlocked. So I must have all the gold files now. Let's not worry about that. Because apparently it's spoilers, so we want to wait. What are you doing? Hurry and open the door. I'm working on it! God! Calm your tits! 3, 2, 1. B, you did nothing. I did this entire room. Escapist, Doctor of Escapology. Achievements unlocked. Escapist looks different than the regular achievements that are good.
It opened.
We should get back to the Flore warehouse then.
Hey, wait. Did you guys hear something? Did you hear that? It came from over here. It sounds like something turning on. See, I told you. The screen wasn't on before.
Right. Guess it was set to turn on when we opened the door.
It looks like an authentication screen. I think we need to put in an ID and a password.
Yeah, but what?
That's when I noticed the illustration. The lion is eating the sun. The lion is eating the sun. The lion is eating the... Memento mori. Remember death. If the 9th lion ate the sun. Yeah, that is a thing they're doing. Oh. Of course. This was the real 9th lion, but if that was the case... Memento mori. Remember. And then there was... Wait. I assume Memento Mori is not going to be the correct answer, because someone gave us We took a screenshot of that, didn't we? Okay, hold up. Gotta look at my screenshots. View screenshots. Alright. GTF. The mic password was the other one. No, Kakashi and Jumpy Doll was wrong. This one, so the password, I think, is the thing that she gave us, which is this garbage. No, that's her login, so that can't be it. GTF, because that's her unit identification number or whatever. So that's that, and then it was showing us Memento Mori. Wait. I used that one already? Oh. I always get this wrong. It's Jumpy Doll? Jumpy Doll. Okay, cool.
Sigma, look!
Akane. Her name is Akane Kurashiki. They've been looking for her for a very long time.
He walked towards her. Slowly, carefully, almost as if he was afraid of scaring her away. He reached out.
She's a hologram.
He went immediately for the tits. Wild play, my dude. So June is the dead woman. Tin Miyoji squeezed her tits. I mean, his eyes shut. He closed his hand around the empty air and let it fall to his sides. There was a moment of sad silence, then she began to speak.
I see you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you.
Does that mean that? No.
Well, I suppose that's slightly inaccurate. What you see now is a holographic message I recorded before you came here.
He recognized the dead body.
Unfortunately, this means I will not be able to answer your questions. At least not directly.
Tin Miyoji isn't Jumpy. There's no way.
I hope you will understand.
That would be really fucking stupid.
Now, where to begin? You probably have a great many questions. What day is it? Where are we? Who is Zero? And what does he have to do with Akane Kurashiki? But I imagine there is one question that rises above all the others. Why were we brought here?
Do you remember what Junpei's surname is? No.
The answer to that is everything that has happened here is part of our
If that's the
plan.
case, then that would mean that this has been decades. For some of them. Like, Clover has been put on ice for years, but wouldn't... He would have noticed. He would have known that it was Clover. He would have said something. No, I can trust Clover. Got it. He fucking is Jumpy, isn't he?
All of this was required for the success of the AB.
Emote jail? Yeah. Sorry, y'all.
I assume you've heard the name by now, at least. In any event, you were all needed in order to execute our plan. The nonary game was necessary for the same reason. Your question now, I imagine, is just what is is this AB project? The answer to that is also simple. Allow me to explain. We created the AB project for one purpose: to transport the consciousnesses of two people into the past. Those two people are you, Sigma, and you, Vi.
What do you mean the past? The moment the words were out of my mouth, I realized that no one could answer the question. Not Fee, not Tenmyoji, and certainly not a pre-recorded hologram.
Have you figured out what this room is?
Fucking stupid?
I assume you saw the Q on the door. It stands for quantum. That makes this the quantum room.
Took me a moment to realize she was changed the subjects without even pausing. There's nothing to do, of course, but it still felt a twinge of frustration.
Take a look at the rear of the room. Do you see that large enclosure? That houses our quantum computer.
Okay.
The systems that control this entire facility run on that machine.
So I can break it and then we're out?
That includes the construct you refer to as Zero Jr., as well as the golems. All of them do their thinking in that box. Isn't that strange, though? It seems contrary to how we perceive the
I would immediately just stomp the shit out of that box. Like, fuck this place.
body.
I mean, I'd get locked inside because there's no way to open the doors, but you know.
But the mind and all its thoughts are in this box. Perhaps it isn't so strange, though.
Lawson Bokeh, thank you for the 5 months of support.
Perhaps humans are the same.
Strange, isn't it?
Thoughts existing separate from our bodies. Our core is in our head, of course. We all have individual brains, think individual thoughts, and act according to individual will. That makes communication difficult. So, we're forced to rely on inefficient mediums, like language, photographs, non-verbal. Each one of us is an individual, and we have no direct connection to anyone else.
Let me tell you about termites.
But is that really true? In the dimensions we are most familiar with, yes, it is. If we look at things from another higher dimension, however, we may all be connected after all.
This is literally the termites conversation again, but more confusingly laid out, but actually like relevant feeling.
Like the branches of a tree,
Right.
or a rhizome. Imagine a horizontal cross-section of the root system of a... All you can see are the spots where the roots intersect the plane of your cross-section. In the two dimensions you see, the roots all appear to be individual things, with no connection to one another. But this isn't the case. If you expand your view and look at the root system in 3 dimensions, instead of only 2, you see the truth. All the roots join together at the trunk. In 2 dimensions, they appear to be separate.
Sure.
But if you look at the roots from a 3rd higher dimension, you see things that might appear to be separate from one another in 3 dimensions could be connected to one another if you look at them in 4 dimensions.
Sure, yeah.
Doesn't that at least seem like it could be a possibility?
Yes.
I believe that is how human consciousness actually works.
Okay. That's neat. And I'm gonna give the game points for bringing this subject up. I am, however, going to say, why do you believe that?
Well, I'm not the only one, I suppose. Zero and I share that belief.
Morphogenetic field theory.
I was just looking at what his design in the previous game was, and he's not wearing plaid anymore, so I don't recognize him. Tenmyoji mumbled something that sounded like nonsense. I opened my mouth to ask him what he meant, but Akane was already talking again.
Now, when I talk about a 4th dimension, I'm referring to the 4th dimension used in Minkowski space-time. Let's start with a single dimension, where all that exists is a point.
Sure.
Connect points to one another, and you have a line.
Right, that's...
In one dimension, the only surface you can create is that, a line.
Right.
But move to 2 dimensions and create more lines, and you can create shapes. These are 2-dimensional surfaces.
Right?
Move up to 3 dimensions, and you can connect these shapes to one another and form 3-dimensional objects.
Sure.
Now you have a 3-dimensional surface, which encompasses a volume of space.
Right.
Connect 3-dimensional objects to one another, and you formed a 4-dimensional object, which encompasses a volume of both space and time.
This drawing is bad, but yes.
It is on that 4th-dimensional axis that our minds are connected.
Okay, you just explained how the 4th dimension works and then said the thing you said before. Like, okay. It's like if I pulled a burger out. Like, if a burger just appeared in my hand when I was talking to you, I go, well, you see, it's really quite simple. A burger is bread, and then meat, and then ketchup, mustard, maybe some vegetables, and then another piece of bread. That's a burger. It's like, well, you didn't explain where the fuck the what do you mean? You didn't explain the fucking, how did it get there? Like, sure, there are 4 dimensions. I'm on board with that. Anyone who knows my work knows that I already am aware and understand that concept. I do not, however, understand why you think that has anything to do with how human consciousness works.
If that was true, then what would prevent anyone from sending their consciousness backward or forward in time? That theory is the foundation of the AB project.
Okay. I need a yay or nay out of chat. So give me a thing real quick so that way I can confirm something. Just give me the thing in chat. Okay. So did she at any point explain why she thinks that humans operate on the 4th dimension? Okay. A majority of chat says no. Okay, give me another the thing in chat. A couple people are saying yeah several times over. Okay. Did you understand the explanation of 4 dimensions that she gave? A majority of chat says yes, with a couple people saying yes and no. Okay. So a majority of chat says that they understood the explanation, but it had nothing to do with the theory that this entire game is based on. Is that correct? I'm getting mixed responses. I think there's probably more nays than yays. Okay. We'll come back to that.
The A represents after, and the B represents before.
Sure.
It probably sounds silly to you. A ridiculous story made up by a mad old woman.
Yes.
But look at what's happened to you. You've seen many different worlds and timelines, haven't you, Sigma? And what about you, Phi? I know you have too. Am I wrong? Tenmyoji should know what I'm talking about as well. I believe you experienced something very similar nearly half a century ago.
Yeah, that would put him in his 70s. If he was like 20-something in the first game. And then...
You sent your consciousness to the past to help save a little girl's life.
I completely forgot what the plot of the first game was. Something morphogenic fields.
It was a long time ago, but perhaps you still remember.
Yeah, of course I do. How can I forget? That little girl was you, Akane.
Suddenly, it felt like Thea and I were outsiders, trespassing on something we had no right to see. Tenmyoji's face was taut with emotions as he looked into Akane's eyes. It seemed almost like she was looking back at him.
Now, unfortunately, my time is up. The final stage of the project will begin very soon. I need to go prepare. The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find. I'll be waiting.
You are very dead.
Last thing, the cat in the box. Is it alive or is it dead, Sigma? Vi. You will decide its fate. Goodbye.
Wait, Akane, wait!
Oh, Tenmyoji, I can almost see you. You don't need to worry. Everything is going to be okay. I will see you again one day. I promise. But I'm going to have to ask you to wait just a little longer.
So she knew she was gonna die, right?
Akane!
And then she was gone. Tenmyoji collapsed to his knees, his back hunched and shaking. I saw the tears landing the white-knuckled fist he pressed against his thighs. I kept quiet. What was there to say? Thea and I looked at one another and nodded silently. With a shaking hand, Tenmyoji pulled a photograph out of his pocket. It was a picture of a girl. After all that we had been through, her smile was enough to break your heart. We made our way to the warehouse on floor A and met up with the others. Did you guys have the fucking stupidest puzzle ever? Did it involve the dice again? It only took a few minutes to decide to head to the infirmary. As soon as we arrived, we began to treat Alice and Quark for Radical 6. I gave Luna the Accelavir and I found in the queue room. She quickly prepared it and... injected Alice and Quark.
Thank goodness. It will take some time for them to recover completely.
Did the previous Accelavir get broken in this timeline?
But they should be fine. Good.
Indeed.
Thank you, Luna. And thanks for finding the medicine, you guys. Thank you so much.
No? So we have 3 Accelavir? Which could be 4 or possibly infinite, depending on how we decide to use our vials. Don't sweat it.
Thank us.
Tenmyoji said nothing. He just walked over to Quark's unconscious body. He took the small boy's hand in his own and held it tight. I could see the tears in the corner of his eyes as he turned away from us. Suddenly, I remembered Dio. Where had he gone? It didn't take me long to find him. He was sprawled, unconscious, on the floor beneath the sink. Handcuffs?
Oh, we found those in the crew quarters. Before you returned, we went to check on the bomb in room 2, and we found them there. Of course, the bomb was indeed turned off. Thank you again for dealing with them. You are, quite literally, lifesavers.
Yeah. Hey, I know this is gonna be sudden, but do you want to have, like, weird sex? And it's weird because we're the same guy. I'm just, throwing it out there.
You have my eternal gratitude.
Like, we haven't had a chance to sit down and talk about this yet. I coughed awkwardly and looked pointedly around the room. I glanced over to Fee to see that she was doing the same thing. After that, we headed back to the Floor A warehouse to play the AB game. Specifically, me, Kay, and Luna. Clover and Tin Myoji decided to remain in the infirmary, just in case something happened to Alice, Quark, and Dio. Luna would represent Clover's team, with Quark and Dio sleeping. Kay would represent their team by default, which left me, Fee, and Tin Myoji. You should vote.
No, I'll let you handle it. I chose Betray in the last round. You probably don't trust me right now.
What? That doesn't matter now.
Excuse me. I apologize for interrupting, but I think you should be the one to vote in the next round fight.
Why?
You already have 9 BP. There's no reason for you to choose Betray now. You see?
Hey, you're acting like I might actually try and betray her.
Not necessarily.
What does it matter what he's suggesting? We're almost there. We just have to play the AB game 3 more times. Then we can all get 9 points. But that means each representative has to choose ally all 3 times.
Yeah, what the fuck totals are we at? Alright, Sigma's at... Yeah, the lowest is Tin Myoji and Luna. So if we ally, or if they were to ally 3 times, then they would be at 9. Because 2 times 3 is, or 2 times 3 is 6, which is, plus 3 is 9. And everyone else is at some number where it's more than that and it doesn't matter. Okay.
Okay, I'll vote. You sure you're alright with this, Sigma?
Well, basically the game's over at this point, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Apparently I am. Yeah, I trust you. I handed over the star key.
Shall we open the doors?
See, this is kind of what I wanted them to do from the get-go, as soon as we learned how the rules worked. And if she's a dick, then she just gets handcuffed, too. Chat is doing chat face again. Chat, why are you doing chat face again? You're in emote-only mode, so you can't explain, and you wouldn't anyway. Even if I had it where you were off emote-only mode, you would still chat face at me.
45 minutes remain until Ambidex game.
Oh, right. We have to wait for the deadline.
Oh, well, we could vote earlier, but then each voter would be stuck inside the AB room for 45 minutes.
Okay, let's go back to the infirmary then.
I agree. Please.
Luna and Kay set off towards the yellow door. I was about to follow when...
Hold on. I just remembered something.
What?
The AB room on the left, in one of the other histories, she...
Oh yeah, you're right. Akane's body was there. What does that mean? Why didn't we find her body this time?
Maybe because she wasn't murdered.
Wait, what? But how? When did history change?
Do you remember what Akane said?
The cat, is it alive? Or is Sigma?
Schrodinger's cat thing.
Exactly.
I wonder what she meant about us deciding its
Perhaps
fate.
she was saying her own fate wasn't decided yet. The
Huh?
history where she's alive and the history where she's murdered are both real right now.
Okay. What? No, that's impossible. We already opened the box. We opened the door to the AB room and there was no body.
No, we haven't opened the box. We haven't found a body. But we haven't found her alive yet either.
Okay.
In other words, we haven't actually observed her. The hologram was a recording from before this game started.
The next time
Okay, so I guess in this route we never saw her body, which means what?
So come and find me. I'll be waiting.
Where is Akane now? Where was she waiting for us? Or what if she wasn't anywhere now? What if she was waiting for us on another timeline? Or what if she was waiting for us in the past? Was that even possible? Simplerton, thank you for the 4 gift subs. It's very kind of you. If she was, what would that mean? Yeah, actually, what the fuck is happening anymore? What? that? Official pig wrestler, thank you for the 3 months of support. Yeah, sure. Let's go way back in the past. Why not? Huh. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Damn it. Feels like my head's gonna explode. Wait. Where the hell am I? Looks like an elevator,
No,
but...
This is one of the AB rooms.
Who the hell are you? What the hell is an AB room?
Damn. I guess you did lose your memory after all.
Memory? Memory. I remember! Your fee. Fi. She grinned. When is
Check your
this?
bracelet.
It's a red pair. BP is 3.
Mine's the same.
Does this mean it's at the beginning of the game? We've gone back to when we first woke up in the AB room?
No, not quite. I think we woke up a little earlier this time.
How do you
Push the
know?
buttons on the side of your bracelet.
2 hours, 15 minutes.
We didn't wake up this long before the primary doors opened last time. I think we're about an hour early.
Wait a minute. If you're right...
Akane might still be alive. We got back before Dio killed her.
God, what if he just, like, was totally bullshitting, and he was like, oh, yeah, no, wait, I remember you. Definitely. Like, we did the thing together that... College? You were... Home? Room? Rachel's friend? And then she just started going off like this, and he's like, whoa, what the fuck?
I think.
Then...
We're here for one reason.
To stop her from getting killed.
Exactly.
Let's move. We need to get out of here
Don't need to
fast.
Tell me twice. Let's go.
Wait. Do I have to solve the first puzzle again? I'll have you know I don't fucking remember the answer. But I don't need to. Yeah, whatever. Moon, sun. We figured it out last time. Cool. There it is, it's open. Let's get cracking. Damn, I meant key. How the hell? Just shut up and do it. That's cool. There's bits of this game that are really neat. There's bits of this game that are really stupid. Like I was talking about with the long drive, you know, stupidity to genius is a clock. It's like a circle. It's not a line. It's not like genius is on one side and stupid's on the other. Imagine genius being at the 12 o'clock position and stupid being at like the, you know, 9 o'clock position. You've got the time between like 9 and 12 that's somewhere in between being stupid and genius, but is a little bit of both. Whereas like the other way around the clock is like, you know, normal, like, oh, this is genius, but it can be both. It can be both stupid and genius at the same time. Here we have an example of something that's closer to, I want to say, about 10 o'clock, where it's more stupid than genius, but it's still kind of smart. All right, just put the key in. No need to yell. All right, good. Looks like it works. I'm going. 10, 9, 8, 1 done. Hey, you pushed the button. Bite me. You were taking too long. We're on a schedule here. Wonder if you can actually just solve the puzzle again. Fee and I climbed up through the hatch and out of the top of the AB room. It only took us a moment to spot them. Akane! Behind her was Dio. He was moving quickly and quietly, a knife glinting in his right hand. Shit! There was no time to yell to her. I scrambled down from the top of the AB room. Fee wasn't following me. When I looked back, she was still standing on the roof. Fee, what the hell are you doing? Get down and... Before I could finish, she moved. Because she has super jumping power. She ran across the roof and launched herself into the air. Yeet! That's like a down spike from, Smash Brothers. What the?
She's fine.
So do you have robot legs? Holy shit, she's got robot legs. Are you an android robot? Whatever?
Just unconscious.
Cyborg. We're cyborgs. I bent down and felt... I need to cut your leg to see if cum comes out. Give me a knife. I need to know if you're a cyborg. I bent down and held my fingers in front of his mouth. He was still
I
breathing.
don't think he saw me. He probably has no idea what happened to him.
Guy went down like a sack of
Yeah,
potatoes.
he's coming.
I heard footsteps come to a stop right in front of us. I looked up.
So you came.
Why are you talking like
I've
that?
been waiting for you. You're here to hear the rest, right?
Wait, just wait a minute. What the hell is your deal? How can you be so calm? If we hadn't shown up just now, you'd...
Have been stabbed in the heart by this young man and died. Yes. Although, that reminds me, I haven't thanked you yet.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I very much appreciate you saving me.
That what?
Hold on.
What if we had woken up early and then just solved the puzzle real fast and then gotten out and we just saw Dio not knowing who he or Akane were, and then we did all this and then she just started talking to us like any of this.
How do you know about being stabbed by Dio? Are you an Esper too?
Yes, indeed I am.
Okay, fine.
I am able to jump through time, just like you.
Then what the hell were you thinking? If you knew he was gonna stab you, why were you gonna let him do it?
Because I had to.
You what?
Think back. Why are you here? If I hadn't been killed by Dio, no one else would have been murdered. Consequently, your own abilities would never have manifested. I did explain, didn't I? The purpose of the AB project was to send the two of you to the past. Or your minds, at least. In order for that to happen, some death was necessary. When a human brain is faced with danger, its processing speed increases. Information is processed more quickly, and time almost seems to slow. A few seconds can feel like an eternity. Unfortunately, that in itself isn't enough to send oneself through time. The amplitude of the consciousness is simply too small. In order to increase the amplitude, we need to slow down the brain before the increase happens.
Increase the decrease, of course. Of course. So you give us Radical 6, then you make us freak the fuck out, and you increase the decrease.
It's a little like a slingshot. You pull back on the rubber band and then let go. The potential energy you stored in the band is released and converted into kinetic energy.
Can I just punch you in the face and be done with this conversation?
That's what fires the bullet out of the slingshot. Now, while a slingshot can only fire in one direction, your mind isn't similarly limited. When the bullet of your consciousness is fired from the slingshot of your brain, it travels past the three-dimensional world and into the four-dimensional one.
Are you gonna, at any point, explain how that is any bit...
From that perspective, time is no longer fixed. In other words, you can travel to the future, the past, whenever you like. Your consciousness has been released from the three-dimensional cage. In order for that to happen, I had to infect you with Radical 6.
Whoa, what?
We're infected with Radical 6?
Yes. Don't you remember, Sigma? Luna should have told you about it in another timeline.
Are you sure? Infecting all of these people with such a horrible disease?
Every single one of you has been infected. Well, apart from Luna, of course. Unfortunately, it was necessary. We needed to slow your minds in order to store up your potential energy. Then we provided a dire situation that would accelerate your processing speed.
So wait, did you fuck with the clocks too to make them go at what we would perceive to be the correct speed? Like, that would be implied, right? Like, I forget what the timeline for Radical 6 is. It's like it's like 1/6 of the time. So they made a second 6 times longer or whatever the fuck, just to make it so that way it would all work out. That's stupid as fuck. I love it.
The result is what you are now experiencing. Your consciousness now occupies 4-dimensional space-time.
So the people who are getting Radical 6 to the point where they were going too slow were people who had a really bad case of it.
Even that, however, wasn't enough.
So if you really only needed the two of us, why is everyone else here?
You had the ability to travel, but your memories could easily be lost during the trip. If the project was to succeed, you had to be able to retain everything you learned in each reality. That was the reason you were forced to jump so many times.
'Cause that?
With each jump, your ability to remember improved. Eventually, you would be able to retain everything.
It occurs to me that the flowchart at the beginning of the game, I was just saying, is a quality of life thing. But it turns out it's just mechanically how the game has to work in order for all of this to make sense. I mean, we've talked about how the flowchart is a cool way of interacting with what the player knows versus what the character knows, but you know, it's just something that I remember thinking at the beginning. I was just like, oh, this is a nice quality of life thing, but like, no, I wasn't even right on that. They didn't put this in the game for the quality of life. They put this in there because it has to be, and I knew that. I was just thinking about the quality of life thing again. Do you know what I mean? I just realized that I'm a dumbass. And I already knew that it's structured this way for mechanical reasons as well as story reasons. But also, I'm stupid. Don't yeah at me, chat. Fuck you.
That is why we made you play the AB game.
That's mean.
That was why you had to select different chromatic doors. By forcing specific choices, we could cause you to make more jumps.
I get it. I think I finally understand. You're fucked up and evil. Well, there's a lot of things that I don't understand, but all of what you just said makes total sense. Good. Gear, thank you for the 50 bits. You did all this so that Fee and I could jump through 4-dimensional space with our memories intact.
Yes.
Right? But why did you need us to do that? People have died for this. I mean, let's count how many different ways people died. Murder, antimatter explosion, suicide. I've died, so has Fee, so have you. Yeah, but it doesn't count. So why would you do all this? What does it matter if Fee and I can jump through time?
Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable. You were all destined to die. Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
I already know that. What I'm asking you is why. What is so goddamn important that it's worth all this?
I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually.
What? Just when is eventually?
In a future not very far from now.
Bullshit! That's not good enough! Why can't you tell us now? Instead of answering, Kane knelt down next to Dio and picked up the knife off the floor.
I'm going to keep this with me.
Don't change the subject!
It's almost time.
What are you talking about? We got plenty of time.
No, in a few moments, you'll return to the original timeline.
Okay. What?
This is the way it has to be. Don't fight it. Lagomorph.
Yes.
Lagomorph?
You call him Zero Jr. His official designation is Lagomorph. Lagomorph, this is an order. Unlock my bracelet.
Compliance.
Now, everything is in place. I have put the bracelet onto Dio. All we have to do is place his body in the 5th AB room, the second one from the right.
That's the one Quark is in, right?
Correct. I will move him. I will also put your bodies back into the 3rd AB room. Once that's done, I will reset its puzzle to an unsolved state.
Why do you need to do all that?
Recreate the history that you remember. Your consciousness is about to leave your body and return to the future. Your body will be emptied, and your other consciousness will jump back in. If your bodies aren't back in the 3rd AB room by then, it would be bad.
So you're saying some version of us is going to wake up in that room and repeat the same history again? Well, I guess this could actually be our 2nd or 3rd time.
You are exactly correct. Lastly, I'm going to leave this with you.
She paused and pulled something out of her pocket. There's a small key attached to a string.
I'll tie it onto your ankle so that you won't lose it. All right, Sigma?
I didn't notice that feel. What's to say on there?
Tu fui ego eris.
It's Latin.
Thanks.
It means, what you are, I was. What I am, you will be.
Memento mori.
Yes.
What am I supposed to do with
help
it?
You meet someone who's very important.
What?
Go. Return to the future. You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you. Now hurry.
Wait. I still... So does the Sopril, like, inject us so we pass the fuck out? Okay. Or we just do the thing. What is happening in this game? Doop-a-doop-a-doop, boop, boop.
Oh, looks like you're awake.
Is this the infirmary?
Why are we here?
Do you know what happened at the AB gate?
Kay and I went back to the infirmary, but...
We waited and waited, and the two of you never returned.
So we went to the warehouse to check on you.
We found you passed out in front of the AB rooms.
Kay and I hurried back here with you.
Okay, so we just passed out naturally because morphogenic fields. I looked over at Fee and met her eyes. Do you remember what just happened?
You mean what happened a long time ago?
This is a normal sounding conversation. You got it pretty good, huh? This is couple talk. Can you guys cut the couple talk? This is a real thing. If you're, I do it with my wife sometimes, where we know each other well enough that we can have a conversation without having part of it. And so we just sort of start halfway into the conversation. It's confusing for everyone else.
Huh. Yeah, I remember all right.
We went over to my parents' place the other day, and we were playing Splendor. And me and my wife have played Splendor plenty of times. And I go, do you mind if I take that one? And she's like, it's fine or whatever, you know? I'm like, sure, because it seems like it's going to screw you over. And my mom was like, what are you guys talking about? It was actually funnier if you were there, but you weren't because, yeah.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
No one fucking knows, kid. Quark!
My top liver.
Alice!
Back among the conscious and not psychotic, huh?
Yeah, thanks. Grandpa told me what you did. Thanks for finding the medicine for us.
No problem. All in a day's work. Although, I wouldn't mind a little swimsuit action. Don't say that to Quark, you freak.
Really grabbing at straws here, aren't you?
Also, fucking Alice doesn't need to wear a swimsuit. It doesn't get any skimpier. That was an offer for Alice.
Not really my point.
Like, what's the point of putting her in a swimsuit outfit? What are you not seeing about her body?
Whatever. Forget about that. Now that you guys are awake, all we gotta do is open the number 9 door.
Huh?
What are you talking about?
Look at your bracelet.
Huh? It says 10. I have 10 PP.
I've got 15 BP. That means I got 6 more points while I was out.
But how?
You've been asleep for more than 2 hours. We've played the AB game 3 times.
Well, that's convenient. And no one would trade her?
Of course, the color and group assignments were shuffled around each time. But no matter who voted, everyone chose Ally.
How convenient. So who is I on a team with? I was on a team with Tenmyoji and... So I guess Tenmyoji must have left. And then something happened from there. We don't know what the pairings were from there on out. But it was Tenmyoji, Thea, and me. We're on a group.
And now all of us have enough to leave.
So we're gonna leave Dio, right? Because he's an asshole? I was stunned. How had everyone cooperated long enough to raise all our BPs past 9? Was it because Akane hadn't been killed? Without a death to start things off, maybe there would have been less suspicion of one another. Or could the bombs have something to do with it? We all joined forces against Dio, and Fia and I had been able to disarm them all. All of us had banded together against a common enemy to overcome the tremendous threat. Perhaps that had strengthened our bond. Okay, hold up. We had to betray twice to get here? And everyone trusts us? Is that right? No, we betrayed once and allied once. Okay. After all, Dio had planted the bombs that forced us all to work together against him. This is what Akane must have been talking about.
Haven't I? Death was unavoidable. Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
Come on, let's go! Let's open the door and get out of here!
Again, we're leaving Dio, right? Like, I know we got his BP past 9, but I mean, like... Wait, what about him? Right? After some discussion, we decided to leave Dio behind. Yeah! Woo! Yeah! Fuck yeah! This plan rules! Alice is the only holdout. She had complained about wanting to take him back to her superiors, but after I mentioned that they'd come back to investigate after we escaped to deal with Dio, then she reluctantly complied.
All right, let's get going.
I fucking love this plan. Fuck Dio. Let him starve to death. You know what? Fucking don't come back for him. I don't give a shit, dude. Everybody ready? I'm gonna open it.
Yes, just get on with it.
Everyone else swallowed and nodded. I grabbed the lever and pulled down. I mean, there's still a possibility that it escapes, but, considering all the other endings pretty much ended as soon as someone went through the door.
The number it will
Alright, everybody, let's move. And then just shove everyone backwards and Fortnite dances. You're the only one on the other side of the door. Because we're a team. We trust each other. I didn't need to tell them twice. The room was clearly a loading elevator and looked sort of like a large plate on top of a huge pedestal. We ran to the center of the plate and turned around. The number 9 door stood wide open.
1, 0. The number 9 door is
Wait,
closed.
is Luna coming? She can do that?
The number 9 door has closed. This ends the nonary. Thank you. As the game is...
I feel like that one that Fred's got and the one that Desert Pete has, where like the mascot character looks at the camera and then runs away. I need a GIF like that, like the both coming to the camera and the one going away. I need to make those.
Looks like we did it.
I don't know what to make them.
Yes, we should keep moving.
I don't really have a mascot character. Bree? Maybe. Behind the door was a wide hallway that ended in a very solid wall. Or I guess the kitties. Just a black cat, sure. Pingal. Oh, Pingal is your suggestion? Pingal. I love the creative ways that you Pingal. You're getting around Pingal. Me, Pingal. March of the Mice is like a Pingal week from now. Pingal. You know that, right? Pingal. The pressure exchange chamber. Pingal.
You know what this place is?
Yeah, sorta. The whole facility is pressurized, apparently, Pingal. Pingal. I think the idea is to keep the Pingal air outside, consequently, the virus from getting inside Pingal. That means if we want to go out, we have to decompress so it doesn't, so we match the outside air pressure. Pingal. This room is where you prepare to go in and out of the actual exchange room, Pingal. You see those suits along the wall? I figured we need to put on those to head out of the decompression room downstairs.
Whoa! Hold on a minute. You're saying the air outside is full of that horrible virus?
Oh, right, yeah, you don't know things, do you? Yeah, that's what it seems like. Of course, according to Akane, we were already infected with Radical 6, so the whole room seemed a little pointless.
Why?
Well, shut up. That's why.
How did all this happen?
I don't have time to explain that to you.
Did they?
No, that's not possible.
We've come this far. We can't turn back now. Let's go outside. There's no way to know what's really going on until we do.
All right.
No one else objected. We donned the protective suits and headed downstairs into the decompression room. As soon as we were all inside, the process began. Through my helmet, I could hear a soft hiss of air being sucked out of the room. We stood there for several minutes waiting for the process to finish. At last it did, and we heard the door begin to open. Wait, we all need to take Excelavir. Beyond it was another decompression chamber. We repeated the process 2 more times before we reached the final door and opened it. Well, we're on the moon. Dead, bleak landscape wasn't a surprise for me. I'd seen it before in another timeline. The others hadn't, however, and although I couldn't see their faces through their visors of their helmets, I heard more than a few gasps over the radio. For a few long moments, we just stood there astonished.
Where the hell are we?
The moon!
Desert, I guess? I figured that out. I mean, which one?
The moon!
No, I think I know what day it is. Look at the moon. It's red, right? That means
Wait.
today's the total lunar eclipse.
So it can't be the moon.
So? Remember the astronomy magazine in the lounge? Well, the next eclipse like this was gonna be on December 31st, 2028, so...
Could it be multiple years in the future in order to allow you to be a child? Well, 18 or whatever the fuck age you are, and then allows Tin Myoji to be fucking 50?
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Are you suggesting we were sleeping for a week after we were abducted?
I think so.
Wherever we were must have been far away from any city. The air was clearer than I had ever seen it. And the stars, the sky was filled with them. More stars than I'd ever seen in my whole life. I could even spot the hazy arm of the Milky Way. I would love to see that. I would love to see that. I've seen the stars before, but I've never seen the Milky Way. Like, I've seen the stars back when I lived out in the middle of nowhere. And you can see the stars. Like, legitimately, if you look up at the sky, you can see the stars, like, just with the naked eye. You don't need, like, a telescope or anything. They're just there. But it was never dim enough that I could see the Milky Way as well. I don't know where you have to be, how dark it has to be, how far from civilization you have to be, but it might be worth taking that trip sooner rather than later. It continue to expand infrastructure to the point that maybe you'll miss a chance if you don't soon. I need to do that. Just go out in the middle of fucking nowhere and look up at the sky. Anyway, random moment. But the most striking feature was the moon. It was blood red and massive. Much bigger, in fact, than I remember it being. Then, as I watched, a black spot began to move across its surface. It was hard to see the details, but it looked circular. The spot continued to move across the moon, heading towards the right edge. What's that?
Well, the moon's shadow, actually.
The moon's shadow? I frowned. That didn't make any sense.
Zero told me to stay quiet. I think he was worried I'd spill the beans on his operation. He said if I didn't toe the line, he wouldn't just kill me. He'd kill Quark, too. And I agreed, like an idiot, and brought Quark with me.
Wheedleman, thank you for the 5 months of support.
Just so I could see her. Such an idiot. So, that being the case, might as well start with this. I meant what I said before. That up there is the moon's shadow.
What the hell are you saying?
If that's the moon's shadow, then what's it falling on?
Earth?
That's Earth?
Sure.
It's not the red moon you get from a lunar eclipse. And again, this isn't the lunar eclipse. It's a solar eclipse. Anybody in the black spot down there is looking up at the moon, covering the sun.
What? No. Well, that's the Earth, then where the hell are we?
The moon, of course.
Sure, we are on the moon. Alright, fine.
This is the lunar surface. We were just inside a moon base.
Okay.
No way. No. You've gotta be lying. How do you expect us to believe that?
Well, fuck you.
This can't be the moon.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. Besides, if this was the moon, how do you explain the gravity? The moon only has 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. So what's this?
She picked up a rock and dropped it. Thank you for letting us know, since that wasn't animated.
Yes, it looked that way.
Oh, fuck, because we have Radical 6, everything looks normal. God damn it!
You were right about the gravity in a way. I was one of the people who knew this wasn't Earth. Well, I suppose I'm not people, if we're being honest. But
Excuse me?
please just listen. Alice, you were infected with Radical 6. Then we gave you the Excelavir, which cured you. The Radical 6 isn't completely gone, though. Some of its symptoms stick around for a while.
What symptoms?
Well, Radical 6 can slow down your brain's processing speed by the root of 1/6. It can take a while for your brain to get back up to speed. Every one of us has been infected. In other words, all of our brains have been processing.
So does Luna talk really slow in actuality?
If you evaluated the root of 1/6,
So we all sound like we're drunk.
0.408.
So if you want an approximation of what Luna actually sounds like and you're watching on YouTube, do this. Go down in the bottom right corner and change the playback speed to be 0.25.
That means our brains are running at something slightly less than half speed.
That's what she actually sounds like, more or less. Just so you know.
As you said before, the moon's gravity is about 1/6 that of Earth's. The time that it takes for an object to fall is inversely proportional to the square root of the gravitational acceleration.
Yeah.
Since the gravity is lower on the moon, that means the time increases. I guess that's a little technical. Let me give you an example. Say you drop an apple from a height of 4.9 meters. It will take approximately 1 second to hit the ground. On the moon, however, that time would be 1 second times root 6, which would be approximately 2.45 seconds.
Uh-huh.
I used 4.9 meters because it matches up with the acceleration of gravity nicely. But it could be anything. The gravity constant is, well, a constant. You could drop something from 10 centimeters or 10 meters and it would be the same. Does that make sense?
Sure.
So, now we've established that on the moon, things fall 6 times slower than they do on Earth.
One thing that's really interesting about the 999 series is that they're on this level and they've surpassed human levels of conversation. So people just have conversations like this. And it's like, okay, well, I mean, she's a robot, so like whatever, but like root 6 times slower. How did they figure out, like, the people who made this specifically worked backwards from the point that root 6, the disease, had to be root 6 and not root 5 because that's the speed of which the moon is different than Earth gravity?
That being the case, what would happen if someone's brain slowed down by root 1/6? To them, 2.45 seconds.
Unless if the moon's gravity is not root 1/6 of whatever.
Feel like 2.
Chalmers, thank you for the 39 months of support. It's a very long time.
But it's not hypothetical. That's what's been happening to every one of us.
Wait, you're saying that's the reason we didn't notice the weaker gravity?
Are you sure you didn't notice anything? Think back. Huh? You and Sigma and Phi said something about it in the lounge. About how you felt weird.
It's kind of like my body isn't really mine. I'm sort of floating. Like that?
It seemed insane, but what Luna said made sense. In fact, it quite explains Phi's apparent superhuman strength quite well. She's not a robot, she's normal. We're just using moon gravity, so she can jump super high because moon! Yeet! Why weren't we all walking like that all of the time?
Wait, that can't possibly be Earth out there.
Yeah, it doesn't look good, does it?
Look at it. I've seen photos of Earth and it's blue and green and beautiful.
Well, Alice, it turns out that the Earth is flat. And then cue, like, we're discovering shit music that you were just listening to. And then Luna goes into an explanation of how the Earth is actually flat, apparently. And it's Radical 6 thick, deep, or something.
That thing is just red.
Before we get into that, I should probably tell you something. This isn't New Year's Eve in 2028.
Right.
Today is January 27th.
In 29?
No.
Don't tell me. 30?
No. January 27th, 2078.
Still no.
Just what year is this?
It's 74.
Ah.
2074.
I was off by 4 years. I was pretty close. Oh, that's insane. That would mean that we were abducted more than 45 years ago.
I don't blame you if you don't believe me, but it's the truth.
How can you be sure?
It's not that hard. Quark and I left Earth on January 23rd, 2074. Solar eclipses are easy to predict. We've known that there'd be one on the 27th for a long time. That's just science. Nobody can change that.
But why is the Earth red?
That's a long story.
We fucked up.
About 45 years ago, on April 13th, 2029, there were 18 annihilation reactors operating in various parts of the world.
Oh.
On the 13th, all 18 of them went up, all at the same time. The explosion was about 180,000 times as powerful as the atom bomb they dropped on Hiroshima.
Okay. Why?
Suppose it started a few months before that. The government had a test site for a future Mars mission out in the middle of Nevada. On December 31st, 2028, there was an accident. Well, accident doesn't quite convey the right sense of the thing. The point is, Radical 6 claimed its first victims there, then escaped. Didn't take long for it to spread to the rest of the world. Like Luna explained, the virus slows your brain down, but eventually, it also makes you kill yourself. Pretty soon, the bodies started to pile up. Some people would take a dive off a building or shoot themselves in the head. You know, the classics.
Classic suicide. Ah.
For some, it was poison, or fire, or asphyxiation, or the noose. Plenty of people jumped in front of trains or cars.
I feel like those are all pretty classic, too. Like, the noose is a pretty classic suicide thing.
One pilot on a passenger airline drove his plane into the ground. Most forms of transportation ground to a halt pretty fast. That meant food couldn't get distributed, and thousands of people who weren't even infected died from starvation. Everywhere you went, there were just piles of corpses, covered in flies and rats and crows. I don't know what hell's like, but I imagine it's a lot like that. After a while, people who managed to avoid getting infected started trying to get in touch with one another. They got a hold of some radios and organized a couple meetings. There was only one thing to discuss, of course. How could they get rid of Radical 6? The answer, they decided, was purification. They figured they could just roast the surface of the Earth and that'd kill the virus off for good. On April 13th in 2029, they put their plan into effect.
Okay.
That plan was to detonate all 18 annihilation reactors.
Just fucking kill everyone. Forehead.
Now the truth is, that's mostly just rumor. Nobody really knows what happened. But I've got my own theories. I think that the bombers had already been infected, and when they died, they took billions with them. The ultimate if I die, you're coming with me gesture, I suppose. I bet you money they all lost it long before they got to the reactors, killing most of the world. No matter how bad things had gotten, was not a sane plan.
No shit.
Even if it wasn't directly responsible, Radical 6 killed most of the people on Earth. Anyway, why it happened isn't that important. The point is, it happened.
I suppose.
Ever heard of nuclear winter? Well, that's basically what we got. The explosion threw a ton of crap up into the stratosphere, where it joined up with smoke and ash from all the fires. It blotted out the sun for 7 years. Plants withered, and animals died by the millions. A few humans who were left banded together to survive. They were rough times. Eventually, they were over, though. The sky cleared and the sun came back. Plants started blooming again, and the animals that hadn't died out completely
Continue.
Things weren't quite back to normal, though.
Right?
It's been 45 years now. That's what you're seeing. You know why a sunset's red? Well, this is the same thing. Blue and green light have short wavelengths, and they scatter when they run into debris in the air. Red light, on the other hand, has a longer wavelength, which means it'll get a lot farther when the air's dirty. So there you are. The Earth looks red because that's the only color of light that can make it through the atmosphere.
I was speechless. What could I possibly say? There's no reason for Tenmyoji to lie to us. So we were standing on the moon, looking at the Earth. It was 2074. But why? Why were we there? Why were we then? I was so lost. I was so lost in thought I barely noticed Fee's approach.
Hey, Sigma. I think I figured something out.
A window popped up inside of my helmet with the whisper in the corner. Seems she was using a circuit that only we could hear. Yeah? What is it?
Figured out why there's an extra E.
An extra E? Oh, you mean in the graffiti?
The one on floor B. I think it's an anagram. Just like on floor A.
What does Anna say this time?
Damn it, Sigma. Knock it off. Memento mori if the ninth lion ate the sun.
Yeah, can you solve this one? Because I hate anagrams.
If you rearrange the letters, you get the man on the moon rules the infinite time.
Sure, that's useful information.
See? You need 6 E's to get that, so they stuck an extra one in ninth.
The man on the moon rules the infinite time?
I think it's a message for us from Zero Senior and Akane.
Okay.
Remember what she was telling us?
We created the AB project for one purpose: to transport the consciousnesses of 2 people into the past. Those 2 people are you, Sigma, and you, Vi.
So, we're gonna go back in time before this all happens with the Radical 6 shit and stop it from getting out. Is that the plan now? So what are we getting at?
You don't get it?
Sorry, I have Radical 6, and you calling me slow is kind of mean, actually. It's not my fault. Also, you're Kitty, so, you know.
They're saying we rule the infinite time. Infinite time. They weren't just talking about having us jump a couple hours. I think they're planning to send us back. Way back.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you think that they're going to send us back 45 years?
I'd bet on it.
So the ultimate purpose of the AB game project is to send us back in time to that catastrophe that Tenmyoji was talking about. That doesn't make sense, though. I mean, we actually came from that same time period before it actually. So why bring us here, then send us back?
Well, Akane should be able to tell us the rest. Let's go pay her a visit.
Do you know where she is?
I've got an idea.
Well, there's one fucking building on this entire sphere thing we're on. So, she's probably in there.
Come on. Remember what she said when she gave you the key?
What's the moon? Chunky, look that up.
Tu fui ego eris.
The gravestone! The one in the garden!
Well, come on. What are you waiting for? Let's go.
We turned and ran back into the pressure exchange chamber, the others following close behind.
What are you doing? Did you forget something?
We're going to have to talk to someone. You really need me to spell it out? The person behind all this. Wait, what?
I'll take that as a yes. Let me accompany you then.
Wait, why do you know about Akane?
I'll tell you when we get there.
Nope. No, you need to tell me now.
If you please. I'm coming with you. You folks just said them.
I'm going to them. So am I.
Hey, is this Akane you're talking about?
Yeah, you know her real well.
Wait, you
Shut up! Just come on if you want to. We don't need to do a roll call. Once we get there, Akane can explain everything. With that, we headed back to the airlock. You guys mind if I shill something real quick? I'm gonna shill it right now because we're in between cutscenes. If this...
Ah, clever.
I'm gonna go with bullshit is interesting to you. I've been thinking about this for probably the past hour or so. If this bullshit that you're watching right now is interesting to you, you should watch The Town of Nowhere. I have shortened versions available on the highlights channel I've got. I'm not going to explain why, but what if I was full of shit and then I made a story? You guys like it when things are full of shit and you like stories. It's on RevScarecrow Vinesauce Highlights, I think is the name of the channel. It's the one with the green shroom. That's my channel. Look for the Town of Nowhere playlist. And then after you get done watching that, you might want something a little bit more grounded and less fantastical. Town of Nowhere is about a character played by Chat who is looking for someone who claims to be their sister, but they don't have any recollection of this person existing. And so they've gone to this town to try and figure out who this person is. And then they meet a bunch of, I'm going to go with interesting characters. And they eventually solve that mystery, maybe. Not going to spoil anything, but trust me, it gets this level of stupid.
The number 9 door on floor A is shut forever once the game ends. Assuming Zero Jr. was telling the truth, of course. But the door on floor B...
Yeah. Thought we might be able to take the lift to it. And it looks like...
Any idea where Akane might be?
Is this what watching my content is like? Like, it's kind of smart, but it's kind of really fucking stupid. And you just kind of hate watching it, so you just sort of nod your head and you're like, this is so dumb. This is really fucking stupid. Yeah? Alright, cool. Great.
You mean the grave in the garden?
Yeah, don't worry. I don't think she's buried there or anything. Chances are she's alive, just in the grave. Anyway, let's move to the garden. The March of the Mice is, after humans have wiped each other out on Earth, woodland creatures take over as the dominant species on the planet, and you play as Bree. This one's still ongoing, so if you show up on the last Thursday of every month on this channel on Twitch, you can vote in what happens in the story. Town of Nowhere is over for now.
Is Akane really under here?
But it's about Mouse War, basically. I think so.
What do we do? Are we gonna dig her out?
No, I don't think we need to do anything like that. You see this keyhole in the grave? If I just insert this here and pulled the key off, I pulled the key off my ankle and fit it into the hole. I twisted it to the right until I heard something unlock. With quiet grinding, the grave began to shift.
What is this? It doesn't look like a coffin.
Yeah, it's a treatment pod.
Oh my god.
It is, isn't it?
It literally says on it, but yeah. The glass on the corner of the cover had been frosted over, making it opaque. You couldn't see who or what was in it.
Let's see what's inside.
She grabbed a hold of the lever and on the side of the pod.
No good. I think it's locked.
What?
Treatment pod TP00. Stage 1, defrosting complete. Stage 2 will be complete in 10 minutes.
Those of you who have watched my stories, would you say that it's accurate to make this recommendation to people who are watching this VOD? To go and watch The Town of Nowhere and The March of the Mice? Probably The Town of Nowhere more specifically. You know why I'm saying it, right? Yes and no. Yes, yes, yes. A lot of yays in chat. You should go and watch it.
Once stage 2 is complete, the lock will automatically disengage.
What's interesting about that is, I'm sure if you've been watching this, you've may have recognized some of my displeasure with some of the stupider bits of this storyline. Anyway, go watch The Town of Nowhere. Right, cold sleep. These pods, they can put people into cold sleep. It uses something called CAS to freeze human bodies without destroying their cells.
Ms. Akane's like an ice cube?
I think so.
Gotta wait till she melts?
Yeah.
So how about you tell us your story while we wait, Kay? Specifically, why do you know Akane?
I remembered.
What do you remember?
Everything. I was born and raised in this facility. It's called Rhizome 9. A rhizome is an underground plant stem that spreads by sending out roots. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it? This facility is a little like a rhizome. Supposedly, that's why they call these installations that. The number comes from the facility's number. There are 54 rhizomes on the moon, and this is the 9th one. Well, I suppose the other ones don't really matter to you, do they? In any event, I grew up here with Akane and Zero Senior. I watched them create the AB project.
The AB project?
Yes. Its purpose is to send Phi and Sigma, or their consciousnesses at least, to the past.
Back 45 years,
Yes.
right?
So, you want us to change history, huh? Go back and keep Radical 6 from getting out, and stop the reactors from exploding. That's our mission?
Well, not exactly.
What do you mean?
It's true that the ultimate goal of the project is to keep Radical 6 from spreading to the general population. But even if you do make it back, you won't be able to do much. By now, it's already too late.
Too late?
Wait, how? What do you
Let me
mean?
begin at the beginning. You might be thinking that Zero Senior and Akane were the ones who created all this.
Yes.
But that's not entirely correct. They
Okay.
only followed the histories they'd already seen.
Sure.
It was the only choice they had. Nothing less than the future of mankind is at stake. We need the two of you to jump through timelines while maintaining your memories. That is why you had to play the AB game, and why the chromatic doors were necessary.
How did you just now remember all of
By
this?
forcing multiple options, you could make numerous jumps. We speculated that jumping more would strengthen your memories. The puzzles were also there for a purpose.
To have gameplay?
Some theories hold that a moment of insight when you solve a puzzle strengthens your connection to the fourth dimension.
Okay.
That was the reason for the puzzles.
There's about 3 people in this room right now that have any idea what the fuck he's talking about, and he's one of them. Everyone else is just like, what are you fucking talking about?
Your infection with Radical 6 was also a vital part of our plan. By slowing down your brain's processing speed, we can store your potential. With that energy stored up, we just had to provide a life or death situation to launch your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Like a bullet from a slingshot.
Wait, hold on just a minute here. You keep talking about Sigma and Phi, but what about the rest of us? Why did you bring us here?
That's simple. In earlier histories, you were all here in Rhizome 9. We needed you here to accurately replicate those histories.
What?
Although I suppose that's probably not a good enough explanation for you. In a sense, though, it is the truth. Our primary goal was to replicate history. The rest is... Yes, I suppose I should explain.
So they're here because they were here in the reality in which they were here. And in order for us to know how to go to the past, we had to have a reality where they were here. And they were here for why? Like, why were they here in the fucking first place? I get why they're here now because they were here in the other version, but why were they here in the fucking first place? I get Quark. I get Tenmyoji. That makes sense to me. Why the fuck were... Okay, Dio is here to be an asshole. Clover and Alice were here to stop him. You were here because you were born here. Tenmyoji and Quark because space shit. I mean, okay, that's everyone. All right.
Very well. I will try and do so in a way you can understand. First, Alice and Clover. They were abducted 45 years and 1 month ago, on December 22nd, 2028. The location is Earth, of course. More specifically, Los Angeles, California. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
After being kidnapped, your bodies were sent to a facility under Akane's direction. You were placed in treatment pods and immediately put into cold sleep. 4 months later, you arrived at this facility. The date you finally arrived was April 14th, 2029. Your trip from Earth to this facility was aboard a spaceship powered by an annihilation engine. Following your arrival, your pods were placed in long-term storage. Does that make sense?
Are you telling me we were sleeping in those pods here for 45 years?
Yes.
Yes, in preparation for this day.
But what do you need us for?
I mean, honestly, you're just set dressing, I guess, which kind of sucks for you. Additionally, none of this will happen if we have our way. So, actively understanding this doesn't matter. You don't need to understand what the fuck is happening right now. It won't matter. You'll never have to deal with it.
You are an Esper, aren't you, Clover? I mean that you are able to access the fourth dimension. Am I wrong?
Did Akane tell you?
In a manner of speaking, as I've already explained, the purpose of this project is to send Sigma and Phi's consciousnesses to the past. Espers are able to sort of resonate with one another, which can amplify their power.
Which is why you can't do the thing. But also, Snake is dead?
You understand? This is why we brought you here, Clover.
What about me?
We needed your help, Alice, to deactivate Dio's bombs.
Huh? But I didn't do anything.
But you did. In another history, you were able to perform prime decomposition on the 25-digit integer that Dio left behind. Only you could do that sort of thing.
Okay.
Because of your feat of mathematics, we were about to determine that Dio had planted the bombs.
We're about to determine. We're able to determine.
Then we were able to question him and get the password for the number 31. Finally, we used that information to stop the bomb in this timeline. Without your help, Alice, we would have been reduced to nothing more than so much space dust.
Okay, how do you know that?
This history exists because of your presence.
Wait, no, he knows that because... Wait, are you me? Like, for realsies? And wait, no, I don't...
Now, let me explain why we needed Tenmyoji and Quark. Tenmyoji is simple.
He's a stupid fuck.
We needed you for the same reason we needed Clover. You are able to access the fourth dimension. Almost half a century ago, you used that ability to save a young girl, didn't you?
Yeah.
We needed you to resonate with Sigma and Phi, so we brought you here. All it took was a messenger.
Do you want to see Akane? If you do, come with me. I was a fool and fell for it.
And you brought Quark with you. In fact, you insisted that he come.
Yeah, I know. I guess you were worried about leaving me alone, huh? He kept saying he couldn't run off to the moon and leave me behind.
I'm sorry, Quark. If I hadn't been so stupid and selfish, none of this would have happened to you. I never thought this would happen.
That's reasonable to assume because it's fucking insane.
Can you ever forgive me?
Oh, don't worry about it. I mean, I agreed to come with you. I thought the moon would be way more interesting than boring old Earth.
Well, careful what you wish for, kid.
What kid would turn that down?
We didn't see the messenger after we got on the ship. It was on autopilot. As soon as we got in, we headed straight for the moon. During the trip, Zero told me to keep quiet once we got there. I don't remember anything after we landed.
Then there was a bunch of that white smoke. And when I woke up...
Sorry. I just remembered I need to do a thing. There we go. Cool. Alright. That'll speed things along so I can get this SEO'd correctly later. Get it out the door sooner for y'all.
Now, Dio, His real name is Left, and he's the leader of a terrorist organization called the Myrmidons. He was ordered to come here. The Myrmidons are under the control of an organization called Free the Soul, which is in turn controlled by a man known as Brother. It was Brother who orchestrated the release of Radical 6 into the general population 45 years ago. Do you remember what Phi mentioned earlier? The ultimate purpose of the AB project is to change history and keep Radical 6 from being released. If we succeed, that would be bad for Brother and his organization.
So they knew? You knew?
Our success would prevent them from creating the ideal world they're working toward.
Which is only... left only, no sex. Pizza.
That is why Brother sent Left, his trusted lieutenant, to this facility. They needed to stop the AB project. So, Dio was given 2 tasks. The first was to eliminate Akane, the architect of the AB project. The second was to join the AB game and win it. If Dio won the game, the AB project would not be completed. At least, not in that timeline. In other words, in that world, the project would have been stopped. If things didn't go as planned, Dio was given a contingency plan. If you cannot murder Akane and win the game, destroy Rhizome 9. Hence, the...
Can I ask you something?
Perhaps.
How did Brother know about the AB project?
He was also an Esper. We can set Brother aside for now, though.
Sure.
May I proceed?
No one objected, because no one has any idea what he's saying anymore. We're all curious.
Excellent. That explains everyone, save 2, Luna and myself. Sigma and Phi already know the truth about Luna. I don't believe I should reveal any more, however. I think it would be more appropriate if you could ask Luna yourselves at a later time.
Because we don't want to rehash stuff that the player already knows. Thank you, game.
Would that be alright with you, Luna?
Yes, that's okay.
As for me, as I said before, I was born and raised here. The rest of you were brought to this facility. But I've never left. That makes me someone close to Zero Senior and Akane.
I'm gonna hate this.
Hey, I've been wondering, who is Zero Senior?
You?
You've already met him, Sigma, in another timeline.
Yeah, well, I saw a hologram. Still don't know who he is.
Stage 2, TP.
It looks like it's finished. Shall we open the pod?
No, who are you? All of us gathered around the pod. The glass was still covered with frost, hiding the contents.
Okay, let's get started then. Ready?
Fee put her hand on the lever and looked around at us. I swallowed. Yeah, anytime.
Right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
What the fuck? Suddenly my head was filled with memories from other timelines. I'd seen something like this before. The warehouse of floor B, in front of the white door. Kay was lying down in front of me. I grabbed his mask and saw me. I never figured out who he really was. Why was there a man whose face, with my face underneath Kay's armor? It didn't make any sense. After I had seen him, I was injected with the turbocurine, and that was the end of that. But wait, if the person in the pod was also the same person I'd seen on the floor of the warehouse, who's wearing Kay's armor?
You finally noticed. Didn't I tell you? You won't be alone.
Wait, you're fucking...
I will be at your side, watching over you.
What? You're Kane?
Yes, I am.
Fucking why?
It's you.
What the fuck?
June, I mean, Akane.
correct. I haven't spoken to you in
Oh
a
my
very
God, I'm
long
crying.
time, Clover.
Oh.
Or you, Junpei.
Junpei?
Akane, long time no see.
I could barely hear what they were saying. My mind was still reeling. I felt like all the air had been knocked out of me. And it was all I could do to not collapse right then and there.
When? How long?
Do you remember when the two of you saved me in the warehouse? Once you saved me, you went back to your future. Well, your minds did at least. I carried your bodies to the third AB room, and then took Dio's to the fifth. After that, I went into the first room and borrowed Kay's armor.
So by the time you and Clover came out, you'd already...
Yes.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Dio killed you, and Luna took your body to the 6th room. You could have been in Kay's armor.
In this timeline, at least. In this one, I wasn't murdered by Dio. You two saved me. It's just like Schrodinger's cat.
Have I been mispronouncing that?
Your actions in the future decided who would be inside the armor in the past.
Did she just... Okay, the thing in chat real quick. Did she just mispronounce it? You know exactly what I'm gonna ask. That's nuts.
All right, what about the other history?
Okay, cool, good.
The one where you
I'm
weren't
glad that
sick.
she has such a firm grasp of the things that she's supposed to be talking about.
Who's wearing the armor?
That's quite simple.
I know that's the voice actress's fault, but like, maybe get that one right.
The man in front of you.
Him?
That's correct. Whenever I'm not in the armor, he is.
What about the memory loss?
For my part, I confess that I lied. He, on the other hand, was telling the truth. Large doses of soporil can cause memory loss. I gave him a rather large dose.
So, who is he?
You've never seen him before?
No.
What?
What about the rest of you?
I have no idea who he is.
I've never seen him before.
Me either. Total stranger.
What? Then who the fuck am I? Right here, same face?
Huh? Huh?
Are you alright, Mr. Sigma? Did you hit your head or something?
All the mirrors have been fucked up. God damn it. It didn't make any sense. Why didn't they recognize me?
Sigma, your consciousness can jump through time. You can inhabit your body in the past or in the future.
What?
Don't you get it?
What?
You've jumped to the future from 45 years ago.
Why did we even put emote jail on? There's no way you could have explained this to me and it made sense that you could have spoiled this shit for me. Appalled, I ran and threw myself down to my knees, crawling on all fours. I approached the edge. My head was hammering inside my chest. A cold sweat trickled down my spine. Calm down. Calm down. Clam down, damn it. I struggled to take deep breaths. And then slowly, I peered into the pond and looking for my reflection. Yes, of course. So when I've been perving on everyone, I've been a fucking like 50-year-old man or some shit. This can't be real, this face.
It's your face, Dr. Sigma Climb. Although to the you that's behind it now, it's your face 45 years from now.
What the fuck? Wait, how am I here? And also in there, I'm glad he's in there, and I'm out here, and he's frozen, and I'm not, and he's the farmer. But how did...
Zero, the mastermind of the AB project, is you.
Gear, thank you for the 50 bits. That's not possible. That's bullshit.
No, it's the truth. Fighting it isn't going to do you any good. Please, Doctor.
I'm not a doctor.
A pioneer.
Oh my god, I am a doctor. You're lying.
I'm not. You created him. Well, I suppose I should say you are going to create him.
Create?
His name is Kyle Klein, your clone.
Okay, that's how he's in there. The reason I'm in there and I'm out here is he's a clone. So that's how it works. It's fine. That makes sense. See, it makes sense now because he's a clone. That's why he's in that. I'm out here because I'm in there because I'm a clone, and he's in there because he's me. Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks.
That is why he looks just like a younger version of yourself. 23 years ago, in the biolab here in Rhizome 9, you created Kyle. Well, I suppose for you, that's still in the future. When I said I was born and raised here, I was still pretending to be him. The gravity here is only 1/6 of Earth's. If nothing was done, the reduced gravity would cause his bones to be weaker than normal human ones. But you prepared for that. You gave him that armor.
Which weighs him down, so he's literally doing the fucking training chamber thing with Goku, and he takes the weights off his legs, and now he's fucking ripped. We're literally... That's a plot device?
Ever since he was born, he's lived inside of it. It kept his muscles and bones strong. He wasn't forced into it for the nonary game. He's been wearing it every day, all his life.
But why? What the fuck?
He was to be your spare. If something happened to you before the project began, he would take your place. I mentioned before that the AB projects A and B stood for after and before. That isn't all they mean, though. The A also means anima, and the B means body. Anima is another word for the soul.
That suit would smell like shit.
Body is, well, exactly what it says on the tin. The past consciousness will go into the future body, and the future consciousness will go into the past body. They switch. That was the chief goal of the project.
Wait, so the future person goes into the past person?
Sigma, do you remember the note you found in the garden?
You mean this, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Ah, of course, it was you who investigated the garden in this timeline.
Yeah.
Sigma, take a good look at this. It's an illustration of the time jumps your consciousness is making.
Okay.
A is where everything began. December 25th, 2028. You inhaled the white smoke in your car and lost consciousness. From there, you jumped to B. January 25th, 2074. You woke up in one of the AB rooms in Rhizome 9. You are in your own body, but it is 67 years old. Your consciousness has jumped 45 years into the future. I believe that may explain why you didn't notice the reduced lunar gravity. The body you woke up in was much older. Normally, you would have noticed that your muscles were much weaker. In this case, however, the lower gravity balanced that out.
Cool, thank you for clearing up that plot hole. Just go ahead and pave that shit over. That's good, thanks. I didn't even think of that one, but yeah, that would have been a thing.
If you continue along this line, what happens next? You reach C, which is January 27, 2074. That is today.
Whoa. Wait, what do you mean? Are you saying it's been 2 days since we woke up?
Right, because time is...
36 hours
yeah.
Have you already forgotten? You were all infected with Radical 6.
Right, so an hour would actually be 6, and we've done...
The virus,
yeah.
So yes, 36 hours of real time have passed. But to you, it only seemed like 14 hours and 40 minutes. Now comes the...
I'm sorry, hold up. 840 plus 40 times 6 divided by 60 is 88 hours. Okay, well, I'll take you fucking working on it. Wait, no, something went wrong. Okay, so whatever.
Important part. After this, your consciousness will return to the past.
14 times 60 plus 40. Okay. Times 6? No, it wouldn't be times 6. It would be times... Okay, fuck it. I'm not doing that math.
It will re-emerge at point D.
I'm sure it adds up.
April 13th, 2029.
Is that gonna help?
You will return to your younger body.
But that's the same day as the reactor explosions.
Yes. That is why I said it will be too late. You will return to the past, but the events you would want to prevent will have already happened.
So let's not do that?
The story does not end there, however. The line continues. After reaching point D, you will eventually return to B.
Okay.
But this time, you won't be jumping through time, or at least not at a rate faster than normal. Your consciousness will spend 45 years inhabiting the same body until you reach point B. Do you remember when B is Sigma?
According to what you just told us, it's 36 hours ago.
That was when the consciousness of the 22-year-old Sigma jumped into the body of 67-year-old Sigma. So where did the older version of you go when you took his body?
Point A, December 25th, 2028, the day it all started.
His consciousness will go back in time 45 years. For a period of time, he will inhabit your younger body. While your younger consciousness is elsewhere, he will be you in the past.
Okay. But once that consciousness hits point D, my 22-year-old consciousness will come back to point C.
That's correct. When that happens, the older version of you will be ejected from your younger body and return to your body at C.
So it's rotating?
Rotating. I suppose you could put it that way, but look at this illustration closely.
Yeah, there's a branch at E.
What if you take all these lines and untangle them? You get one single line.
I mean, this is weird at E.
It may look complicated, but in truth, it's a single straight path with one exception.
This line here at point E, yeah.
Exactly. Point E is December 31st, 2028, the day of the total eclipse.
The day Radical 6 got out of the test facility.
Yes. By now, you've likely figured it out on your own. The purpose of the AB project was to get the consciousness of the 67-year-old Sigma from point B to point A. If we can do that, we can change what happened 45 years ago.
So the old version of me will keep Radical 6 from getting out by jumping to my 22-year-old body on New Year's Eve 2028.
Yes, that is why this line could not be interrupted. In order for the 67-year-old version of you to reach point B, we first have to go through point D. In order to get to point D, we must jump from point C, and for point C to happen, we had to recreate everything that happened in this facility. That is why we have faithfully retraced history up to this point, so that we might save humankind from destruction.
Okay. Okay. Why the clone? That's the only bit that I don't get. Just in case. But the just in case wouldn't help because he didn't exist back in 2028. Chat's doing chat face. That means we haven't gotten to that yet. I'm following this so far. Pretty impressively, if I do say so myself. Okay. Got it. That chart made sense to me now. Which is what it is. Tell me one more thing.
What is that?
You said that point C is January 27th, 2074, which is today. There's going to be a jump, then I'll jump to April 13th, 2029.
Yes, that's right.
But look, I'm still old. When is this jump supposed to happen?
Very soon, yes.
Soon? And when's going to trigger it?
You need potential energy stored to send your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Fortunately, we now have plenty of that, thanks, ironically, to Radical 6. All that remains is to launch your consciousness, like a bullet from a slingshot.
So how do you propose to do that?
Didn't I tell you, a crisis. A moment balanced between life and death. That can jumpstart your brain.
What do you mean?
Haven't figured it out. I mean this.
Dio's knife? No sooner were the words out of my mouth. Fee! I screamed and leapt towards them. Akane was already in motion, the knife driving towards Fee's chest. I was almost there. When I regained consciousness, I was on the floor. There was a dull pain in my chest. I felt a cut, but something was in the way. It took me a moment to realize that it was Akane's body lying on top of me. I twisted my neck to look around. Nearby was an old tombstone. On it were the words written in Latin. As I am, so will you be. You are what you are, I was. What I am, you will be. So, in other words, I was dead and now you will be. That was a threat, I guess. Hey, Traded. Thank you for the 26 months of support. Oh, okay, we're into... So that trauma will send me back in time like all the other times that I died to bring me back to that specific moment so that way I can do the thing. Can I let you guys out of emote jail now? Something traumatic had to happen in order for me to get sent back. Or we just fucked up at that, like, the final goal post. Yeah, nay, okay. Okay. And we didn't even see our face in that image. Oh my god. I'm still processing the information that I just was given. That's why I'm being quiet right now. We normally watch the outros here. I'm just still trying to make sure I understand everything. I think I do. Oh. Time after time achievement unlocked.
Today is April 13th, 2029, and this is the evening news. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I don't have any news to read. All of our station's reporters have passed after contracting Radical 6. So have I've managed to keep us on the air until now. But I'm out of tricks. It's time for me to sign off. This concludes our broadcast day. I pray that someday our world can be cleansed of this horrible plague. Goodbye.
Oh my god, what the fuck? For just a moment, I stared at the TV. Import Davis, thank you for the 5 gift subs. The roar of the static seemed to have filled the entire room until, with a click, it disappeared too. Had the power gone out? I heard footsteps behind me and turned around. You. Dude, his robes are on fucking point. What? Her robes are on fucking point.
It looks like the first step was successful.
What the fuck? You killed me! Yeah, I guess technically you're gonna kill me 45 years from now, but still.
Hey, no need to be rude about it. I hit you with the butt of the knife. You're fine.
Oh, okay. I'm okay?
You and Phi needed to experience a state of crisis. That was the only way.
Me and Phi?
Yes, I only told you about you, but we also needed Phi to jump. Now, you know what happens next, right?
We go to the moon?
We will be leaving tomorrow, April 14th, 2029. We've nearly finished preparing your shuttle. Only a few last-minute checks and additions. You'll be traveling to Rhizome 9, along with 3 treatment pods.
Alice and Clover, right? What's the third one? Who's in there? Of course.
We put her in. She appeared at our headquarters and volunteered to be frozen. That wasn't the Phi who jumped from point C, though. It was Phi before she jumped from point A to point D.
Okay.
In other words, she was following the same path you are.
Sure.
And she still is.
Then that means you froze her, the point C version, and jumped back into her body.
The point C version of Phi is sleeping in that pod. She'll stay there for the next 45 years, sleeping in ice.
Then when she gets to point B, her consciousness will jump to point A, right?
Correct.
Huh. So that's why she didn't look old. So why don't you just stick me one of those
We
pods?
can't do that.
Why not?
You haven't figured it out? You have to spend the next 45 years working on the AB project. After arriving at Rhizome 9, you must master genetic engineering and artificial intelligence programming, among other disciplines.
Okay, cool. So that's on me exclusively. I thought this was going to be like a group effort, but this is like college where, you know, we have a group assignment, but I'm doing all the work and you just sort of go out and party with friends. Like what's happening?
Otherwise, you will be unable to create Kyle, Luna, and Lagomorph. And, of course, you will need to develop the chromatic doors and the bracelets. You will also be the person who summons Tenmyoji and Quark. Once you've completed all the preparations, then the project can actually begin.
What is it like to be a voice actor for this game? Like, I know with a lot of games, like, they don't give you the context for why you're saying these things or explain what the fuck is happening. Like, you don't have the gameplay to set you up for whatever's happening. You just have to read these lines and be like, this is dramatic right now. Read this line. And she hadn't heard the lines from the other characters, so it's just like, what even? God, voice actors are fucking great, dude. They pull off whatever the hell this is and make it work. Just shout out to the voice actors of this game. What the fuck? You have no context for what you're saying. You fucked up a few words along the way, like Schrodinger, but you know what? We can look past that. It's fine.
January 25th, 2074.
You can read these lines with a straight face and not fuck it up.
You will defrost Phi and carry her to the third AB room. Once you've done that, the 22-year-old version of you from point A will force you out, and you'll just go back 45 years to your own body on December 25th, 2028.
Right. Okay. Question. How did we know to set this all up? If we have to do this in order to know how to chat facing at me. Okay, cool. We'll just keep reading. It's fine. Do you really think I can keep the virus from getting out?
You have to.
I mean, surely if we knew that this was going to happen, then we would be in a situation where we'd know that we need to how to solve it, right?
If you don't, billions of people will die. Only you and Phi can save them.
What about you? Aren't you an expert too?
I can't do anything on my own.
Well, I've noticed that because I'm apparently building an entire fucking Saw trap for like people on the moon, and you're just gonna like twiddle your thumbs or whatever the fuck. But all right, yeah, sure.
If this is going to work, I'll need your help.
So what do I need to do?
What do you mean?
Like, what specific actions do I need to take? When Fee and I jump to point A, what are we gonna do then?
Enter the Mars mission test site.
And after that?
I don't know.
What?
I'm sorry. I really don't know anything about what happens in there.
So we... Okay.
We don't know how the Radical Six escaped. We don't even know why it was there in the first place.
Okay. Then we're screwed.
That's why we need your help. You have the ability to jump through time and across parallel worlds. We need you to figure out what happened in that test facility.
Oh my god, there's still so much more game left.
Things will be difficult, and I'm sure you will find yourself in a great deal of danger. But I believe the two of you can overcome any obstacle.
Wait, how do you know it's so dangerous?
The 67-year-old version of you told me what happened.
Oh. Okay.
He wasn't able to stop the virus.
Okay.
So I suppose you could say you told me after you failed.
What did I say?
The test facility is full of traps.
Of course it is.
There was one point. A woman's life was in danger. You risked yourself for her sake and lost your arms and your right eye.
Which is why I'm a fucking robot. My arms and my right eye? What the hell? Suddenly a low rumble shook the building. What was that? I moved slowly to the window and peered outside. On the horizon, I could see a massive mushroom cloud climbing slowly towards the sky. Would we really be able to change the course of history? No. That was the wrong way to look at it. Couldn't be a question. I had to change history. We had to save the world. I'm going to change history. I stared at the darkening skies above us and steeled myself. I would succeed. Alright, and then June ending, and then we do the thing with the place. Or are we done? End or beginning? Fire and ice achievement unlocked. So we don't...
Where?
I see you've finally woken up, Kyle.
Kyle?
Ah, yes. Of course. You've only just woken up in this timeline. It's only natural for some of your memories to be missing.
I lurched upright, jumped out of the bed, and ran over to the other side of the partition. The mirror over the sink was covered with a film of dirt. I wiped it off with my sleeve, and my reflection stared back at me. There was no mistake. The reflection belonged to...
Kyle Climb. So, I'm Dr. Climb? Zero Senior's clone?
Sure.
What? How do you know that? Shouldn't you still be suffering from amnesia?
An excellent question, one I didn't know the answer to myself. I knew who Kyle Klim was. In another history, he had called K for Kyle, and had worn a suit of armor. He hadn't just worn the armor in that history, though. He had apparently worn it all his life. Kyle had been born and raised in the Lunar Institution, which seemed to be called Rhizome 9. Rather late in his life, Akane appeared as a mother figure and had consequently grown very attached to her. I knew everything about him, but everything I thought I knew, I didn't feel it. Oh my god, my dad is me. Was I really Kyle Klim? Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw his face. Spitting image of Sigma Climb in his younger days. I looked down. There was Dio, still handcuffed. I turned back around to Luna.
What day is today?
January 27th, 2074.
Today is the last day of the AB project. Akane has explained everything in the garden. And she drew a knife and attacked Phi. How long have I been asleep?
About 5 hours in real time. For them, it would have seemed like a little more than 2 hours.
So they still haven't been treated for their Radical 6?
No, they've all been given the antiviral. It just takes a while to have an effect.
I see. So the consciousness of the younger Sigma has gone back into the past. It should have happened right after Akane attacked Phi, right?
Yes.
Why am I here?
The doctor carried you back here. You were in the pod in the garden.
So the person you call the doctor is Sigma Klein, as inhabited by his age-appropriate consciousness.
Yes, but how do you know that?
Dio seems to have remained unconscious.
Yes, I've been administering Soparil whenever he gets restless.
What about the others?
Why not put him in a pod? That seems like it would solve that.
They've all gone off to different areas. Tenmyoji and Quark, for instance.
Oh, right.
So the sleepyhead's finally up, huh?
What are you two doing here?
You don't know where we are?
This is the upper floor of the pressure exchange chamber. The real one.
Mm-hmm.
We were just about to get dressed and head out.
You plan to return then? To Earth, I mean.
Yeah.
Sigma told us where we could find the shuttle that brought us here. Well, guess he's not really the Sigma I knew anymore. He's Dr. Klein now, or Zero Senior, depending on how you look at it.
Why?
Are y'all cool with this? Because, like, I feel like you shouldn't be.
What do you mean, why?
Well, I'm just curious why you would choose to return to a devastated planet when you could stay here.
How's staying here gonna help? You aren't gonna say something idiotic about how we should wait here until Sigma changes the past, are you? You can't wait for something that's already happened. Grammar doesn't work that way. Hell, nature doesn't work that way. You following me? We've already lived through Sigma failed to keep the virus from getting out. About 45 years ago, Radical 6 created a pandemic, and the antimatter reactors blew up. That all happened. Whatever Sigma does in the past, history's not gonna change. In fact, it's because of what he did, or didn't do in the past, that we've got this past and present. Let me give you an example. Imagine a group of 100 motorcycles driving down an endless freeway. Eventually, they hit a junction.
And then they all run into the wall at once. Imagine that for a second. Kind of fucked up when you think about it, right? Anyway, that has nothing to do with my story.
The road splits in two. One freeway continues off northwest, and the other stretches out to the northeast. So one guy, we'll call him S, pipes up. Let's go northwest, he says. So they take the northwestern road. But about a mile past the intersection, something horrible happens. A semi driving the other way veers into their lane and plows through the bikers.
Why are you telling this story?
90 of them die. The surviving 10 are wounded, but survive. They don't stop, though. They keep riding down that highway, and eventually, they'd gone 10,000 miles. Then suddenly, something happens that they couldn't have predicted. S, who had survived, suddenly has his consciousness thrown back in time.
This analogy sucks. What the fuck are you talking about?
He ends up back in his own body just before they reach the junction. He remembers everything. So what does S do? What anybody would do. Let's go northeast. That means all 100 of the bikers survive to reach their destination, happy and healthy. And they all live happily ever after. That's what you're thinking, right? It's a great outcome for the 100 bikers that went northeast. But what about the 10 that went northwest and survived the accident?
Huh? Wouldn't it be 9 people? I mean, S's mind went back in time.
Right. Okay. 9 people then. What happens to the reality they were living? Does it just disappear when S changes the past? It's not as if it was only bad things that happened during that 10,000-mile trip. Maybe one of them fell in love with a woman working at a gas station they stopped at and had a child.
This happened directly after, what, 90 people just died? What? Man, I'm fucking devastated that 90 of my friends just died. Let me stop by at this diner. I'm having such a bad day, but you know what? You're kind of cute. Can I get your number? I just watched 90 of my friends get run over by a semi. Can I get a pity date? And maybe we can fall in love and have a child?
Maybe one of them picked up a homeless kid who joined them on their adventure. That 10,000-mile journey would be full of stories. Friendships, farewells, romances. The loss of those 90 lives is horrible and unfortunate. But what would rewriting their history mean? The 9 who survived lived full lives. How can it be right to just erase all that? The survivors overcame their own misery and loss and made the best they could of the hand they'd been dealt.
Okay, but still, you can live here on the moon where it doesn't have nuclear fallout, or you can go to a hellscape, which you said yourself you don't know what hell looks like, but you imagine it looks like that. Right? I believe those were your words. Those are your 2 options. Right?
Isn't that worth something? Isn't that the best thing that humans can aspire to? Is there really any point to a world where everything is happy? Are people who struggle for a better life just idiots? Being human is about fighting, even when it seems hopeless, and finding happiness, even in a world that hates it.
Maybe we should wait till the nuclear winter is over before, or excuse me, the Yeah, well, we'll just call it that. I mean, it's Annihilation Winter or whatever the fuck you would call it. Maybe wait until that's over and then go to the fucking Earth or whatever.
Are you saying that's worthless?
That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying Earth is literally a hellhole right now.
If you're saying rewriting the past will erase all these other timelines, then whatever God wrote those rules can... Look, I'm just not going to get it?
If Sigma changes the past, you and Quark will never meet.
Is he right?
No, it's not going to happen. We're here right now. This is reality. Even if Sigma does change the past, we're not just going to disappear or something.
Oh, then that means we get to stay together?
Yes.
Thanks, kid.
I understand how you feel. Why you want to return to Earth is clear. You have lives there, I imagine.
No one has life on Earth anymore. That's the fucking point.
There are likely people waiting for you.
No, there's not.
Right.
Who the fuck is alive on Earth?
Have you already said goodbye to the others?
Bye, Luna, Alice, and Clover all saw us off. We told them we'd see them again someday, and then came here.
They were the only people you want to say goodbye to?
Well, no point saying anything to Dio.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Besides, he's asleep.
I guess Dio... Yeah, I guess there's still people left on Earth, but it sucks. It's like Mad Max out there.
You were asleep too.
Sorry, but we didn't really know much about you.
You have a point. Akane was in the armor in this timeline, after all. What about Sigma?
Well, he's not really Mr. Sigma anymore.
Of course, he is Dr. Klein now that his consciousness has returned.
Yeah, but more importantly, he's the guy who brought us all here.
So again, like, you cool?
A lot of warm feelings there, you know?
Okay, fair enough.
And Akane?
Never mind her. She's just like him. Not the Akane I knew. She must have seen some pretty awful things over the years. Hell, she might not even be human anymore. But the Akane Kurashiki I know isn't here. She's not anywhere.
That's sad.
In the end, Clover and I were just pawns.
Why were you dressed like that for 45 years?
Pawns to be used and then gotten rid of. Still, it's not like we're completely resentful. We had to be here to help change the past. That part's easy to understand, but...
Kinda sucks, though. I mean, Sigma and Phi have it easy. They get to go back to December 25th in 2028. They'll stop the Radical Six and save the world, and then they'll have a nice, normal future to look forward to. In other words, they get to go back to Point E and just enjoy history like it was supposed to happen.
But we don't. We're stuck with Point C as our starting point.
You told us about Ten Myoji's story, right? The one with the motorcycles? It would be like if Alice and I were kidnapped right before the intersection. Then whoever grabbed us takes us to wherever the bikers are going, 10,000 miles to the northwest.
Don't get us wrong. We know why we had to be here. Without us, S's consciousness wouldn't have been able to go back to right before the intersection.
If that couldn't happen, then the fate of those 90 dead bikers would be sealed. But
it's still not. We're stuck in the reality where the 90 bikers died.
Are we just supposed to go live on Earth? It's a wasteland now.
Right?
And what about our friends and families? We left a whole world behind 45 years ago.
Even if it is for the greater good?
It just doesn't seem fair, does it?
Yeah, it's a little bit much.
So we went and talked to the old lady.
She told us that there is one way.
One way we could get back to the past.
Let's say you do go back to the past. Wouldn't that cause your minds to get thrown back here? That seemed to be how Sigma and Phi's jumps worked, at least.
Yes,
But this is different.
Different.
From what she said, it sounds like there's a way we can send our bodies back in time, too.
Why wasn't this done?
It's ridiculous. It would create a paradox. How could you have two Clovers and two Alices at the same time?
But that wouldn't happen.
Akane says there's a way around that.
How on earth does she plan to do that?
Schrodinger's
cat.
Okay. Also, she pronounced it right, so good on Clover's voice actress.
Oh, hey, Kyle. Figured you'd come here eventually.
Where's Dr. Klein? Luna said you were with him.
He said he was tired, so he's off resting right now. There's a bedroom at the end of the hallway. He's in there if you're curious. Oh, right. He told me to turn on this hologram projector thing when you showed up. Want me to start it?
Sure.
Glad to see you.
Me?
There isn't anything in particular that I have to tell you. However, I imagine there are a great number of things weighing on your mind.
Let me tell you about termites.
I'd love to answer all your questions, but unfortunately, my circumstances make that an impossibility. I hope you can forgive me. Everything I know, Fi should also know. I have instructed her to answer any questions anyone might have.
Boy, I have a lot of those.
Anyone other than Kyle, that is.
Oh, okay.
What does he mean, other than Kyle?
Who knows? Is there anything you want to ask?
Right, well, I guess I may as well cut to the chase. Just who are you, Fi?
I'm not Superman, that's for sure. And I'm not Batman or Spider-Man or Aquaman or a Merman or a Wolfman.
Okay, well, that was considerably less information the more you spoke, somehow. You somehow helped me less the more you said words.
I'm not a Brahmin or Common or Ramen. I'm not a Cayman either, so you really don't need to worry about anything.
Okay.
Please don't dodge the question.
I know you did that fucking meme earlier, but can you not do it again?
About 5 hours ago, Akane attacked you with a knife. That triggered something which sent your mind back to the past, correct? Specifically, you were sent to point D.
What if you
13th,
didn't think to check for
2029.
this? Like, this is a whole section of the game that just makes some of the game make sense. And what if you just didn't check to see if this existed? Like, I almost didn't.
On that date, your body was already in Akane's custody. Although by then you were in cold sleep. You wouldn't have regained consciousness, but your mind was now inhabiting that body. That pod was your home for 45 years.
So... Oh, God. Okay. Are those the gold files there? In the secret? Or is it file? Okay, secret is the... Okay.
You slept there, frozen, until the time was right. Then on January 25th, 2074, you were finally thawed out, even though you didn't wake up. Still unconscious, you were carried to the AV room. That was when your consciousness changed bodies again. A version of you from December 25th, 2028 arrived, pushing you out, and sending you back to December 25th, 2028. This is when you finally woke up. In 2028, you found and joined forces with Sigma, whose older mind was inhabiting his younger body. Together, you attempted to infiltrate the Mars mission test facility. Unfortunately, your plan, the Radical Six, did escape on New Year's Eve. That failure determined the path you followed. Instead of going along the line that branches out to the right from point E, you headed straight to point D. Point D being April 13th of the following year. That was the day that you made your way to Akane's hideout and asked to be put into one of the treatment pods. Another consciousness enters your body around that time from the future. It is, of course, the version of you that left your body when Akane attacked you in the garden. This caused the two versions of you to swap places, and you moved 45 years into the future, where you woke up on the garden floor.
Which is where you are now?
That put you on the line that comes here.
Okay, sure.
So if we discount the time you spent in cold sleep, for you only 3.5 months have passed since that happened. That being when you were sent back into the past from the garden. Have I missed anything?
No, everything you talked about you got right.
What do you mean by that?
I'm kind of an unknown variable in this equation. You could think of me as a kind of X factor. It's taken me the last...
I haven't understood anything in the last 3.5 seconds.
Kind of... It's taken me the last 3.5 months to understand it.
Could you please explain?
It's kind of like the relationship between classical mechanics and modern physics. Strictly speaking, you can't combine velocities with v1 plus v2.
V1 plus V2 divided by 1 plus V1 times V2 over c squared is the actual equation.
Sure.
Of course, the sort of velocities we encounter in day-to-day life don't come close to being c squared, which is the speed of light squared.
Why are you saying this? Just to hurt me?
That means that 1 plus V1 times V2 divided by c squared is usually going to evaluate to something pretty close to 1. Since that would mean dividing by 1, it's usually okay to just skip that step and use V1 plus V2. You see what I'm saying?
No! Absolutely fucking not! What?
In most situations, it works, even if it isn't technically correct.
Okay.
So you knew enough to get the stuff you were talking about right. As long as you stick to that, you won't run into any problems.
I don't quite understand. In fact, I feel like you're dodging my questions.
So was that what you wanted to ask about?
No. What I really want to know is what happened between Christmas and New Year's Eve in
You could have just said that's
2028.
mostly right, but somewhat wrong, and honestly close enough.
You and Sigma infiltrated the Mars mission test site, didn't you?
Yes.
Are you a robot?
What happened there? How did Sigma lose his eye and both his arms? And why was Radical 6 in there in the first place? What could a deadly virus have to do with the simulated mission to space?
Sorry, but I can't tell you that.
Why?
Because it would change history. There is a history where the virus didn't escape. That's the line that goes to the right of point E. In that timeline, humanity isn't heading for annihilation, and Earth isn't red. The future is much brighter. But if I tell you what you're asking me right now, then that reality will disappear. You understand?
I don't. Why would all of that disappear if you told me what I want to know?
You're about to go back to the past, right?
The past? Don't be silly. I can't do that.
Then where the hell did you learn all this stuff? I just listened to you tell me a bunch of things you shouldn't have known about. You were sleeping in the pod in the garden. You just woke up. So how can you know all this? You know my past. Sigma's past.
I'm Sigma. Sigma balls.
I shall give you your answer. You are not Kyle Climb. Your body is Kyle's, but your consciousness is not. Think about it. Do you really believe you're Kyle?
No.
Or could you be someone else entirely?
So clones can go through time with themselves. So in order for Alice and Clover to go back in time, you just have to make clones of them. Before you found out you needed to make clones of them. So that's easy.
Then where is the real Kyle's consciousness?
He was thrown out when you entered. Right now, in a manner of speaking, he has arrived at December 25th, 2028. His consciousness has gone into a body from that time. I doubt you know how much the Doctor loves Kyle. He raised him on his own. Kyle is irreplaceable. Do you really think he would go back to the past and leave Kyle behind here?
I'm sorry, why the fuck does Kyle exist again? So that way if things went wrong, we could go and fix it? Why not just not make Kyle?
I know what I told the others, that Kyle was Dr. Climb's spare.
Right.
That was not his only purpose.
Okay.
Kyle's consciousness is integral to what we are trying to accomplish.
Okay.
This new mission begins on Christmas and ends on New Year's Eve. Its purpose will be to infiltrate the test facility and prevent the spread of the virus. For this to happen, Kyle is absolutely necessary.
And that is why he created him?
Yes.
So now that my consciousness has entered his body, the Doctor has achieved his objective. Kyle has gone back to 2028 to participate in his mission.
Correct.
There's one thing that troubles me. Kyle was created before reaching point B from point D. That means his body did not exist on Christmas in 2028. Does that mean he has entered my body? Have we just switched places?
I suppose you could put it that way, yes.
Okay.
That's ridiculous. What's going to happen to me? You're telling me I have to spend the rest of my life here in this box, living in a borrowed body?
No, not at all. You can travel freely through time and space. You are an uncontrolled variable that entered our closed system. As such, the rules of this world do not apply to you.
I have no idea what...
Please don't try to play dumb.
No, I actually don't know what's happening.
I know what you are.
Dumb.
Surely you must know by now, too. You are about to go into the past and save the world. Phi and Sigma, even with all of his future knowledge, will need your help. Only you can right the horrible wrongs of our past. Only you can save the world.
Hey, we never got around to explaining who Brother was, and you said you were going to explain that, and I have a feeling I'm going to hate what you're about to say to me.
There's no way I...
Yes, there is. You have to. Don't you want to know the truth? Don't you want to know what happened in between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028?
Well, yes, I do, but...
Then you must believe. Reality is shaped by what we believe reality should be. If observation can change the motion of a particle, then how is it odd to think that human thought can shape reality?
I'm pretty sure that neither of us understand how Schrodinger's cat works.
Your will can change history. The world will be reshaped into the one you imagine. Remember what I've told you. Only you can change history.
Only you can set forest fires.
Only you can save the world.
Wait, that's not the saying. Fuck it. It's fine. Ending. A certain point of view. You found it. You found it is like the only platinum looking version of an achievement here. Okay. Okay. Whatever, shut up. Can I let you guys out of jail now? I'm gonna jump to a timeline that doesn't have annoying music. Yeah, alright. Welcome out. Sorry that took so long. That was like at least an hour and a half. I would like to point out that he got sent back to the day when the reactors exploded was 4/13, aka Homestuck Day. We'll never forgive that shit. Okay. So now we check secret. AB rooms, I'm gonna skim read some of these. Right? Elevator doors open. You have the watches that'll kill you. AI is short for artificial insemination, which is a process that eggs are fertilized without the use of a male organ, but is commonly used in the breeding of dairy cattle and pigs. But also, I'm being told that AI in this case stands for artificial intelligence, which is another thing entirely. Word 03 says before he leaves, have a few variation. Have a nice trick, have a nice trap, have a nice trader. A device built by Tom Quain of Boise, Idaho commuter. That's actually a lie. Quantum computer is a highly advanced machine that uses quantum phenomenon such as superposition and the entanglement of to perform calculations. Let's say, for example, that you want to determine the prime factor of 5183. A Van Neumann style computer, let's call it Paul, would say, you can divide it by 2, 3, 5, then run through numbers like that until you got an answer. Mr. Kwan, on the other hand, the computer, not an imaginary computer, commuter, would just look at 5183 and say, obviously, it's 71 times 73. Traditional computer within bits can only be in one of 2 to the nth power states at once. So the quantum computer within qubits can be up to 2 to the nth state simultaneously. This means the quantum computer can complete calculations that are currently impossible. That's amazing, Mr. Kwan. Are you seeing anybody? I'm under the impression that Kyle is a whole-ass player cipher. The amount of misunderstood. I'm Kyle. When somebody has written 2 milkmen go comedy on the walls of the warehouse A, presumably refers to a pair of milkmen visiting a comedy club. However, a sentence reconstruction, however, is obviously wrong. There must be a reason why. AB game. What's the purpose of the AB game? To escape, you have to do these things. Okay. 4 more. Solo pair thing. Bracelet points. Doors will open. When it's opening or closing, it's open for slightly more than 9 seconds. I guess. Certain times, the sun, the moon, and the earth will align, and okay. One of the drugs used in the nonary bracelets is a powerful anesthetic. Okay. This drug also appeared in Virtue's Last Reward sister title, 999. It was created by Mr. H, who's the president of the Creative Pharmaceuticals, and appeared in 999. He developed it by extracting and purifying the alkali. Why are you saying that, like, from a third person, like, out of, like, fourth wall break? Yeah. One of the drugs is Soprel. It's terbutarin is a component of the poisons used by the indigenous populations of South America, who tip their arrows with poisons when hunting. It can be counteracted with chloroterserine inhibitor, but it's not clear if the notary game facilities has any of this antidote available. These files are for you, the player. I see. Why did nobody ever say, hey, Sigma, what the fuck is with your eye? Yeah. Also, why did no one call him out for being a creep? There's been a comment on his eyesight? I mean, I guess they did, but he's even creepier now. They keep calling you old man. They did. Okay. Ackerman for the MRI machine you might see modern day in hospitals, but only smaller and more efficient. Advanced computers built into the device. Okay. Radical 6. 100,000 victims. I know what a plague is. A powerful virus whose worldwide spread is an integral part of the story. If you know what radical and 6 means, you should be able to play the game and find out. If you want to know what radical and 6 means, you just have to play the game and find out. Powerful syringe used or easily swappable vials. There are a total of 7 varieties of chromatic doors in them. Following colors: cyan, magenta, yellow, green, blue, white. Okay. This is how you go through doors. Stands for erotic units. E. Okay, I think we read this one. No, we didn't. EU is a system developed to measure the combination of physical, emotional, and situational attractiveness that ranges from 0 to 20. 20 might be Marilyn Monroe, whereas 0 might be Gilbert Godfrey. I think he's an alright looking man. For those curious, Danny Trejo rates at 16 EU. Being sexy does not rate you a high EU unit. I would figure Danny Trejo would be closer to the 0, like, okay. Not to be confused with the competing systems of hotness or sexability, the EU system weighs a number of factors such as practicality, sustainability, emotional investment, the bias of the observer. Women with a higher EU rating usually have mastered the art of the tease. A collection of films that Tin Miyoji has gathered, and the content isn't really explicit per se, but aren't really appropriate for someone of Quark's age. Should be noted that the terms does not imply that the videos contain grandpa or grandpa-like actors. Sigma has a strange verbal and possibly psychological tick, which causes him to make cat puns whenever he talks about cats. This cause of this behavior seems to be an experience he had as a child. When Sigma was in preschool, there was a deserted house near his school that everyone called Cat Mansion. He always loved cats, so one day he would visit Cat Mansion and give the cats there that lived there some of his lunch. One day he realized that he could understand what the cats were saying to one another. A magical black cat appeared and told him that it had given him a gift in exchange for giving food to its fellows. But, the magical cat said, "You must never tell anyone about your gift." The magical black cat warned, "If you ever do so, you'll be cursed." But young Sigma was so happy about the newfound ability that it slipped and told the girl about it, so the black cat cursed him. His curse was to speak only in cat puns for the rest of his life. Fortunately for him, a magical white cat came along soon afterwards and felt the curse was a little too harsh and lessened it, so you'd only have to talk about cat puns when you talked about cats. They lived happily ever after. Okay. A device that converts the sounds and electronic signals and transmits them over a wire so they can be coded and played back on each other. It was used for speaking to people very far away. The invention of the telephone is generally credited to Alexander Graham Bell in 1876, but there's a dispute among some circles as whether or not this is the truth. In the game, there's a phone in one of the cabins. You can't call the outside of the facility, of course, but you can try call something like 309 or 6969. Other numbers might do things. Give it a try. The golem is an anthropomorphic creature of Jewish folklore. Golems are made from clay and will obey the orders given to them by their creators without question, although they tend to take instructions very literally. A golem is created by performing a holy ritual, then kneeling in the clay, kneading the clay into the shape of a person, chanting a spell, and writing the Hebrew word emet, truth, on the golem's forehead. Erasing the E changes the word to met, which is Hebrew for death. Doing this deactivates the golem. One of the golems found in the nonary game, he is discovered lying in the maintenance table of the golem bay. He has to be referred to that way by the last bit, which of course is Gollum. Much to his surprise, it ends up being pronounced Gollum anyway. On a side note, it stands for Gollum type male, Cockney model, number Gollum. Okay. Chinese Room is a thought experiment developed by American philosopher John Searle to contest some of the ideas about artificial intelligence. The experiment itself is explained in more depth in the game, but the general idea behind it is to pose the question, do intelligent responses indicate actual understanding? Searle consists that a computer will be programmed to respond intelligently in conversation with humans, so that it does not seem to be human itself, but that it would not necessarily, or perhaps could not, actually understand what it was saying. Of course, he raises the question, how do we know that human minds are not, in essence, Chinese rooms? Can we really say that we understand things, the things we say, or do we just simulate the understanding? When Chinese people learn about the Chinese room? Do they change the language, or they just roll with it and go like, this is made by an American? The Turing test is designed to gauge the computer's ability to exhibit intelligent behavior. The first developed by a British mathematician, Alan Turing. The test had 3 participants, a human judge, a human subject, and a machine. The judge engages in conversation with the human and the machine, and if the judge cannot determine who is the machine and who is the human, then the machine is considered to have passed the Turing test. When Fee mentions that perhaps she and her companions have been captured to perform this test, she's referring to the Turing test. Reminder that the English translation, several golems are named after My Little Ponies. Hate that. General purpose autonomous labor electronic machines. Golems are robots developed and sold by American corporation Hephaestus Systems. Some of the units in this facility, however, have had their software significantly enhanced by Zero Senior, and a portion of them have also been given ABT, created by Zero Senior's Zero Senior. Incidentally, ABT is short for artificial biological tissue. The gist of Golem's somewhat rambly explanation is that in the center of thought doesn't necessarily have to reside in the body. In this case, the Golem itself clearly resides in the mainframe and the operation of the body remotely. Since the self-aware robot could exist this way, he theorized, what would prevent humans from doing the same? If humans could actually be... Okay, so that, yeah. Not to be confused with the coroner. A coroner is a government official who assists law enforcement in investigating the causes of death and dealing with paperwork and logistics surrounding corpses. It can only be used colloquially to refer to someone who performs these duties, whether or not they actually are employed by the government. An autopsy is post-mortem surgery that examines the body in detail to determine the cause of death and evaluate any diseases or injuries that also might be present. It is also super gross. Luminol is an organic compound in the chemical formula that, when mixed with hydroxide salt and hydrogen peroxide, will glow blue when it comes in contact with blood and certain other substances. This property has made it very useful in criminal investigations where it can reveal bloodstains that have been cleaned up. Keep in mind this next time you contemplate how to deal with your neighbors listening to death metal at 3 in the morning. First glance, Kay's bracelet seems to be different than others. Specifically, it appears to be attached to his suit, although the design is slightly different and is not part of his suit. The bracelet is attached directly to the wrist, and the face is looking out through the hole in his armor, just like the other bracelets. It'll only come off when he escapes or when his heart stops beating. Memory condition, where the sufferer retains knowledge such as language, social common sense, and so on, of the memories of their own past and personality disappear, is caused usually by psychological, but also in rare cases caused by head trauma. Case suggested an extremely painful breakup might be the reason to cause his condition, but also generalizing amnesia also usually requires a much more powerful trigger than breaking up with someone. In fact, a powerful breakup often has the opposite effect. You desperately want to forget, but find that's impossible, which leads to all sorts of mental disorders, or the person sitting behind me says. Different dishes from around the world. More dishes from around the world. Here are 3 words before he says before he leaves, with a few variations. Have a nice trauma, have a nice trace, have a nice trumpet. Oh, God! Continue on. An emerging religious organization that rapidly growing members, some figures claim their congregations number over the millions in countries across the world. Originally, the organization called itself simply Free the Soul of Y, but later dropped the Y to become simply known as Free the Soul. The founder of the religion is known only as his brother, and it's true the identity is only a mystery. Only a small number of high-ranking officials have ever seen him. The doctrine of the Free the Soul demands that the adherents separate themselves from the world, free themselves from lust, and release their souls and physical bodies so they can be purified. Its followers believe that they will be born again as a new race, and the world will be transformed into a place of equality, no conflict or poverty. Considering how a peaceful world with equality and no conflict or poverty usually plays out in movies, this seems like a pretty scary group of people. Free the Soul is a powerful new religious order dedicated to a new world order, with the Myrmidons at the front lines. The general public knows nothing about the Myrmidons' interactions and put them on a watch list of intelligence communities across the globe. Rumors say that all the Myrmidons have the same face, suggesting they may be clones of the single person. No one knows if that rumor comes from, but I can tell you that it comes from an incredibly credible source. Founder of Free the Soul, though he prefers not to be referred to as such, as his child, he had a brother who was very fond of. Unfortunately, the worst happened when his younger brother was murdered. Rage, despair-filled brother, and for 9 days and 9 nights he was consumed with his own misery. On the morning of the 10th day, however, he had a revelation. Mankind was rife with base desires, and needed to be purified so that a new world could come into being. God had spoken to brother and given them a new mission. Brother had dedicated his life to realizing this mission, and at the age of 26, he established the Free Soul of Y. Claims the Y is the symbol for miracles. Why was chat no only mode? Because it was the end of the game and spoilers. Here's information that isn't revealed in game. Bracelets are put on the left wrists of 9 participants in the Ambidex game as an important feature that is never mentioned. As soon as it's put on, the needle on the underside of the activates and inserts itself into the wearer. It doesn't necessarily mean that it injects the drug, it only activates and pierces the skin. Maybe there's something in the needle, maybe there isn't. It's certain, so that's how they get Critical 6 or Radical 9 or whatever. AB, Ally Betray, it's also meant for other things. You get points for doing things. If you break the rules, you die. Machines using in the AB games to register their votes is touch metal, not to be mistaken for an ATM. Air outside of the facility is to be kept at a very high pressure. All those wishing to exit the facility must go through the PEC in order to prevent the spread of the virus and maintain a sterile environment. All persons got to wear the suits. Anyone not wearing a suit will not be allowed to enter the PEC. Type of whiskey made in Scotland. Its unique aromas come from peat used in its manufacture. Scotch is Tin Mioci's favorite drink. He often claims a little scotch would scratch this itch after returning from work, which annoys Quark. Well-known drink made from putting a scoop of vanilla ice cream in a root beer, also known as Black Cow. Quark has taken to saying, "Root beer floats my boat," which warms Tin Mioci's heart. The facility has 2 stories. The top floor is the Florida's A and B, above and below A and B. Of course, there's rumor that the floors are actually named after a particular Swedish pop rock group from the 70s, but everyone involved in this project has insisted that's vile and hurtful lie. When the body is infected with Radical 6, the processing speed of the brain is reduced, and that's why it's called that. You want to kill yourself if you get Radical 6. The bodies of the dead, it's bad to have it. Sounds like someone had named a doll Jumpy, but why? Don't you think that his hat looks weird? There's a huge band and it wraps around his head. It's kind of like he's got a pair of Ferengi ears. Or maybe it's just a young Lobot? Ferengi. That's a fucking term to throw out there. Sides of the hat were hiding in those pods. If you see any helicopters or SAM sites, these missiles are tiny. He gets in trouble. Both sides open up and then they just fly out all at once. No, he actually just keeps snacks in there. Okay. Quark is a Ferengi from Deep Space Nine. I see. Okay. I didn't watch Deep Space Nine. And his name is Quark. Of course it is. Antiviral medication made to counteract Radical 6. More specifically, yeah. Amazing medicine, machines, cold sleep. 2 types of cold sleep. The outcome of the hurdle made cryogenics a reality. The resurrection rate is nearly 100%. In fact, you're much more likely to die in a plane crash, which means that freezing yourself to visit a future safer is safer than flying from Tokyo to Milan. CAS stands for Cells Alive System. Original blah blah blah. In real life, it comes with from when you try and thaw something out. It's super cool as the subject of the magnetic field, which causes them to freeze almost instantaneously, preventing crystallization. In real life, the problem comes when you try and thaw something out, which also must be done instantaneously. In this game, however, technological magic of the treatment pod makes this return from cold sleep possible. So anyway, just don't worry about it. 999. This thing. These people were involved. Kabuta. That's the first time I think we've heard the ninth man's name, right? Yeah, these are the gold files. We learned his name? Type of carbamate compound, which acts as a reversible that. So in other words, when we come back, we are Kyle. And the reason that Kyle exists is because just as with all of this, we've been filling around with how the thing goes. We are stuck in the version of reality where we don't get to see how the world gets saved. We're stuck in that existence where we don't see what happens. That ending isn't canon. Disregard the ending scenes of this game. They're not canon. Okay. The real Kyles were the Kyles we made along the way. Kyle gets basically retconned. Oh god, there's another game, isn't there? I forgot about that. Ice 9. That guy. This thing. Relatively well-known Latin phrase. It might look like it's talking about a pair of sexy toaster waffles, but I'm told it means something like what you are was I am what you will be. It's sometimes used as an epithet, and the implication is the person in question was once alive, like the reader, but someday will be dead. A little ominous, I guess. Sus. How the thing works. Bombs. So in other words, an antimatter bomb makes an exploding baby. Does that make sense? All right. If I miss anything, let me know. And you're more than welcome to just pause this on After Hours and read it. Okay, so that's the bomb. Device originally created to weaponize genetically engineered psychic bears. I'm kidding. It's actually an arm augmentation for online sex chat. No, not really. In truth, the arm is a mysterious libido-powered robot. I'm just messing with you. It's a cybernetic arm that actually is really a mechanical limb that you can control with your mind. Really, it has a titanium alloy for bones, and these are covered with ABT, artificial biological tissue. ABT even has artificial nerves, so you can feel pain. It even has veins that connect with the rest of your body, so you can inject your medicine in the cybernetic arm. It'll flow to the rest of your body. Come hands. Necklace on Luna is never seen without a cage containing a blue bird hanging from it. He says the key at the bottom, it plays music. Someone special gave her that gift, and it reminds her of the following lesson. Search for happiness wherever you can, because the search itself is what will make you happy. 3 laws of robotics. For some reason, Sigma, or perhaps the author, seems to be unnaturally obsessed with swimsuits. Why is that? Why was he involved in a horrible swimsuit access, now repressed, in his youth? Did he have a crush on a high school girl on the swim team who put her Olympic aspirations ahead of any possible romance? Is he just a perv? The world may never know. The device can be used in an emergency to deactivate the antimatter bombs hidden throughout the facility. It doesn't really have any official name. Sometimes it's called the designated computer terminal. Sometimes it's called the input device. The device has a small QWERTY keyboard beneath an LCD display. On top is a large black cable, and it can be attached to a bomb you wish to deactivate. Entering the correct password on the keyboard will stop the detonation. In a general sense, antimatter reaction is a system that antimatter. Although creation and storage of antimatter is still a difficult obstacle. Okay. TNT is used as a reference point for discussing the power of explosives. Specifically, an explosive power is usually described by tonnage. The amount of... I would love to see 1 ton of explosives go up, just so I have an idea of what that even means. You know what I mean? It means that an explosive device with the output of 1 megaton is 4.184 petajoules. TNT for Trinidad and Tobago. Yes, Trinitoluene. That's it. It's one of the most common explosives and can be used as a reference point. A kilogram of TNT has 4.18 megajoules of energy, but a kilogram of butter has 30 megajoules. Butter is some dangerous stuff. Okay. Einstein's famous equation, E equals mc squared. That. Memento Mori, the 9th line ain't the sun. Appears to be written in some sort of weird paint. Memento Mori is a Latin phrase that roughly translates to remember death. 9th refers to the 9th line. It seems to be spelled long. Perhaps it was an anagram for words on the wall. What does it mean? Hourglass display in the background is actually a 4-second timer. It doesn't have much practical use except for really impatient people. If you're in a restaurant and you're waiting for your food to come out, for instance, how long are you going to make me wait? I've already flipped this hourglass 100 times. Technically, 100 times would be 400 seconds, which is about 6 minutes and 40 seconds. But saying 100 times is much more dramatic and therefore much more likely to get a desirable response from waitstaff. Some of the are measured on how much of a gentleman. These are some measurements on how much of a gentleman you are. Some where deep in the United Kingdom is an organization that tracks all gentlemen, determining the caliber based on an ancient and Byzantine collection of rules and guidelines. Every year during the spring, representatives of the organization conduct a cursory investigation of each member's behavior, or at least appears to, and then awards gentleman points based on what they saw. The following formula is used: old ladies escorted across the street times top hats owned times puzzle solved times the number of times the money given to gentleman tracking organization equals the total gentle points. A small survival knife has Myrmidon stamped onto the flat of the blade. There's blood on it. Whose? Some of the hallways in floor B have special locks indicated by a map on the arrows. On the far side of each arrow is a lever. Pulling this lever will unlock the doors. Once it's been done, you can explore the entire area at your leisure. Law of cause and effect. Normally I would comment here that the quantum level is where shit gets real, but given the nature of the phenomenon, it seems like that it would be more accurate to say that the quantum level is where shit gets unreal. Ronald Knox is a mystery writer from the UK and published the following as rules for writing a mystery novel. A criminal must be mentioned early on. No supernatural or preternatural agencies are ruled out. No more than one secret room or passage. Yeah, I guess it would be a bit silly if you had several. No hitherto undiscovered poisons may be used, nor application which need long scientific explanation. No one with extrasensory perception or similar powers can appear. You kind of fucked up on that one. No accident must ever help the detective, nor must he have an unaccounted intuition which proves to be right. The joke is the game breaks all of them. Yeah. No accident must... Okay, and then 7. The detective must not commit a crime. The detective must not declare any clues that he may discover. The stupid friend or detective, the Watson, must conceal nothing from the reader. Yeah, so it breaks all of them. Twin brothers and doubles generally must not appear unannounced. 3 different types of AB cards generally found within each room and used to open the AB gates. You can use them, right. Frequently used by adolescent ne'er-do-wells, can be used as a necklace, though this is not recommended. Site was a manned mission on Mars, held in the Nevada desert on New Year's Eve 2028. The audio logs from the simulation contained a woman's voice, assumed to be the test subject saying the following 6 of us are dead, counting myself. Only 3 are left. I guess you could say I killed them all. No, that's not quite right. Not just them, not just 6, all of them. This evidence seems... Okay. Generally referred to insects of the epifamily of Tremantidide, the order cockroach, order Belatidae. That's right, even though they're sometimes called white ants, termites aren't actually the same family as ants. They're actually in the cockroach family instead. Also, king crabs are hermit crabs order, and remora is of the... Okay, sure, whatever. Have a nice trouble, have enough tragedy, have a nice trust. Term used in positional astronomy, simply put, when 2 celestial bodies appear near each other. When they're hidden on the other side of the sun, this is referred to as super conjunction. When they're lined up on the near side, is called inferior conjunction. Photograph of Tin Miyoji is holding is the subject of a girl named Akane Kurachiki. Akane was one of the people who appeared in the game's sister title, 9999. In childhood, friend of Junpei, the title's main character. In 999, she was 21 years old. This picture was taken 9 years before then, when she was 12. If you look at the left side of the picture and look at it closely, you can see a man grinning in the background. Do you see him? Don't worry. It may seem a little strange. Spirit Medium has told us that the person in this picture is a guardian spirit who is looking after her. He must have shown up there because he heard about the sort of destiny she had in store and decided to see how she was doing. The way of describing realities that adds a 4th dimension of time to 3 dimensions of time is described by German mathematician Hermann Minkowski, and therefore bears his name. It's also a name of a ski resort for miniature crows. Minkowski. Scientific name for the order of which rabbits belong and Zero's actual name. We're getting near the end. Yeah, so that's the Laponi lagomorph. I recognize lago, the suffix being, what's the name of the fucking rabbit in Monster Hunter? When they were split up at the red and blue, green chromatic doors, Tin Miyoji told Alice that there was something he had to tell her, and that something was, of course, his identity, which and he already knew about Alice and Ice 9, and not because he had heard about them from Clover. Second row of the AB games, after going through the purple and green doors, Clover, who was also solo, was heard to say the following to Tin Miyoji, her opponent. "What the heck did you mean by all that? It's not fair. If you're telling the truth, then So what did Tin Miyoji had said to her? The same thing that he'd meant to say to Alice, of course. He told her who he was, that the simple fact that Clover resolved made her choose ally. It's probably hadn't been the original intention to betray her, but after thinking about Quark's safety, he probably felt he had no choice but betray. A can stand for after and B can stand before, but they can also stand for anima and body. Everything that happened in this facility is part of the AB project. So who is Fee? A few clues are scattered throughout the story. Nothing conclusive. Perhaps the truth will be revealed at the Nevada test site, which we never get to see, so we don't fucking know. Is Zero Time Dilemma the Nevada? It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Fuck, I have to play that game now. Here's a little something more about the bomb deactivation password. Those passwords are not just gibberish. Here's something hidden in each one. I'll give you a hint. +1. There's also more to the story, but I think we'll stop the secret archive here. Thank you for playing, and I hope you enjoyed the game. Okay. All right. You got me. Bomb 1. B goes to C. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R. A goes to Z. This is actually starting. R goes to S. G goes to C, D, E, F, G, H, H. J goes to H, I, J, K. D goes to E. X goes to Y. R goes to S. So it says crash keys. Rot 1. Are you... Gear says, now that you've gone through the whole game, how annoyed are you that the game, and all its bullshit, is extremely consistent? There's no real hand-waving. The game set out to tell a story that happened to just kind of be dumb, but smart at the same time. I'm going to give this one 11 o'clock on the stupid to smart scale. It's still pretty fucking stupid. Let's see if I can find the other passwords real quick. Hold up. We might have to play Zero Time Dilemma. I might have to take a break from this series for a minute just so I don't go insane, though. Show your screenshots. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Is there a reason I can't switch through them? Normally I can just press side to side. Show on disk. That's what I gotta do. Alright. Me kill them? I love that face. Then why'd you try and stop Fee? Numbers. That. Okay, so this is one of the passwords. And I don't remember which bomb this is. Okay, thank you, Gear. My brother Crash Keys Kurakashi's Free the Soul Z is pronounced like the Free the Soul Claydol's Myrmidons. The fastest speed run of VLR is 1 hour and 53 minutes. So do you just know the... I guess you can't know the passwords, but you know the solutions to the puzzles, so you could find out the things. I want to thank y'all for putting up with my bullshit for as long as it was. There's one art here that we need to check out real quick. And it's from King Kuron. And this guy fucking slaps, I'll just say. He's a little fella. I wish I could use him as a emote, but I don't think I can because he's got a weed reference. But I love this little fella. He's like the little Mogus, but he's also a kitty and also smoking a fat joint. So there's that. It's wonderful. Kitty Mogus. GG on clearing the game. Change it to like Pocky or a lollipop. Could be done. Yeah. Maybe just the head. It's got a little lollipop or something. This art owns. It does. I love it. He could be the walking away / two. That'd be way too confusing. Tin Meowji. Fucking hate that. Thank you. This game was confusing, and I don't know if it was better for it. Where did that come from? About an hour or two ago. The only password that is the only one that isn't related to Free the Soul Brother is the one you get from Zero, which is the Kurakashi one. But that's the thing, is like VLR is long on purpose because that's the plot. You have to go through all this bullshit so you know how to go through the past and shit. This game was really stupid, but in the end I kind of enjoyed it. Again, check out my stupid things that I make, specifically the Town of Nowhere. If you enjoyed this game, if you put up with this game, if you think this game is neat, I think you should watch the Town of Nowhere. Again, it's on my main highlights channel. So there's that. Anyway, I'm gonna go now. Thank you for watching. That'd be great, King Kuron. Thank you. I'll see you guys later. Brr.